I don't care. I love it. Alrighty, everybody. It's Thursday. You know what that means. So if somebody could tell me what that means, that would be great. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Some music going. Get some music going. Time to shake your cheeks, always. Always. Cheek shaking time. It's always party o'clock. Drink a giant Red Bull. That'll do it to you. How do you think a Neanderthal would handle it if you went back in time and gave him a Red Bull? Like, what do you think that would do to him? How do you think a prehistoric person would handle it if you gave him a bag of hot Cheetos and a Red Bull? These are the questions I hope science can one day answer. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. It's Thursday. We've got a fun presentation. We've kind of been on a kick lately where I've been enjoying talking about happiness and how to be happier in life. You know, it's an important goal of mine. A lot of psychology likes to talk about what's wrong with people and understanding like how people are, you know, damaged or the things about them that are problems. And that's important to understand, but I feel like sometimes we can dwell too much in those negative spaces. You know, we tend to have a fixation on the negative. there's only so much information you can glean from studying your sadness. If you want to find more happiness, you have to practice it. It's a path you gotta walk. It's a choice you gotta make. So anyway, that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the path of unconditional happiness. We're going to be talking about a concept that actually comes out of the book that we've been reading for the book club. You don't have to have read the book to appreciate this presentation. You don't even have to be this far in the book. It's not really much of a spoiler or anything, so don't worry about that if you are actually reading the book. But this is one of the chapters of the book that really resonated with me because it framed this path of unconditional happiness, as one of the highest possible practices that you can do because it solves everything. Hence my new mantra, I don't care, I love it. So anyway, I'm excited to do that one later. Before we do that, we'll take some questions from the box. If anybody feels like calling in, just let me know and I can get it set up. I have 107 unread emails. Time to get to it. What song is this? Sounds familiar. This is from World of Warcraft, actually. It's a lo-fi version of a World of Warcraft song. Anyway, hope you're having a good day so far. I can smell dinner cooking. I'm making some pulled pork in the crock pot. Like tacos and nachos and stuff. It smells good. I can smell it from in here. I have 56,000 unread emails. You know, I went through my personal emails once and just cleared out like thousands and thousands of emails. It felt nice. It felt like a weight had been lifted. Felt like throwing away a big pile of junk mail that's just sitting on your countertop. Are you planning on responding to all 107 of those emails? If so, I would be plugging those into ChatGPT and having ChatGPT help me with some responses. Like, alright, ChatGPT, I've got a stack of emails to get through. Legitimately am supposed to, yes. That's what I would be doing. Honestly, if I worked at an office and I had to respond to a bunch of emails, you better believe that I would be using ChatGPT to ease my workload. What's really funny about that is I can guarantee that right now there are people out there who are just using ChatGPT to send their work emails, and then the person who's responding is also doing the same thing, so it's just ChatGPT communicating with itself. Just using a human intermediary. The implications of this are dire, but it's still somehow kind of funny. Responding is easy as F. I mostly just say received, thanks. You could cut that down to just a thumbs up emoji. It gets annoying if they don't submit correctly. I have to request corrections in flat amounts in specific Oh, yeah. You should just make a list of everybody that you're waiting to hear back from. And that way, if anybody ever gives you gripe about how fast you're working, just be like, well, if you'd like to help me out with that, I've got a list here of people who I'm still waiting to hear back from because they submitted their forms incorrectly, so... Feeling really overwhelmed. You're feeling overwhelmed likely because of just the volume of the work. You're taking into consideration all of the effort, all of the time. Just do one piece at a time because no individual piece will be enough to overwhelm you. So just do it bit by bit and just get on through it. Just focus on the step ahead of you. Schizophrenic man here from yesterday, or from last stream. I don't know when you stream. I stream right now. I stream at 1 p.m. Central until TBD. My parents did a 180 turn, man. I can't believe they're even the same people. All they needed was some medications and they'd act normal. I didn't notice that their behavior wasn't normal as a kid because that's what I was used to when I became an adult, and seeing them actually be normal was such a good feeling. Isn't that nice? Isn't it nice to see people grow and change and to turn around? Like, isn't that just such a good thing to see? Like, don't forget that people can do that. People are capable of that, and that includes us as well. Gotta really be committed to that growth mindset. Dad is a lot calmer and not delusional, and I can't even tell anymore that mother is schizophrenic. Her meds work even better than mine. The visit went great. They were so nice. I already forgive them for everything. The way they thought back then wasn't them at all. After the visit, that was just the first time I ever cried tears of joy. Doesn't that feel nice? Isn't crying tears of joy actually kind of awesome? Just to completely surrender to the feeling of joy and to let it overwhelm you, and it's just so overwhelming that you can't help but weep? It's kind of cool. It's like a peak experience. It felt amazing. I feel like ever since I left, I was standing up and I just sat down after reuniting. This was the best decision I made in my life. I plan to do more visits. Now I know you're gonna be humble like last time, but thank you, man. Without you, I would probably still hate them to death. Thank you. Give yourself some credit. Okay, maybe a little, but thank you. I won't be in the stream when you read this. I will be very busy, but I'll watch the VOD when I have the time. Thank you. I guess the show had a happy ending. Don't you love a happy ending? Don't you love a happy ending? Another W for the week. Had a lot of W's this week. You're gonna have to help me hold them. I can't hold them all myself. Big old W's. Don't you love to see it? A happy ending, which sounds like just a beginning. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. You know, think about your life in chapters. You know, you aren't so stuck where you're at. You're just in a specific chapter. That doesn't mean that you're going to be in that chapter for the rest of your story, but we sometimes have a way of feeling that way. I feel like I'm always going to be this way. I've always been this way. I don't even remember what it feels like to feel good. Things can be totally different for you. Things can feel better than you even anticipate. Sick of this chapter? I think you started a new chapter a while back. You're kind of in a new chapter. At least for yourself. Maybe not the chapter that humanity itself is in. We're in kind of a weird chapter as a species. That's true. But maybe in our own journey. Don't always have to read between the lines. Sometimes you've just got to turn the page. Yay or nay?
Girl, here's how you're gonna train yourself to feel like you are always getting what you want.
Hold on, we're gonna have to turn this up. Okay. The art of manifesting. All right, let's do it.
The next time you go, girl, here's how you're gonna train
yourself
to feel like
you are always getting what you
The
want.
next time you go to take a shower, I want you to think to yourself, want water, and then turn on the faucet and go, oh my God, I always get what I want. When you come out the shower, I want you to think, I want to feel dry. And then grab your towel. And as you're drying yourself, be like, I always get what I want. Put stuff in your dishwasher and tell yourself, you know, I really don't feel like cleaning these dishes. And then turn the dishwasher on and be like, I get what I want. Do you see what I'm getting at? There's so many opportunities.
What she's describing here is, you know, just an application of reframing. You know, you're looking at what you're doing, what you're like in the moment that you're doing it, and you're setting small goals for yourself and you're achieving those goals. It's a way of shifting your perspective. It's a way of redirecting your focus. You know, it's an applied practice of changing your perspective. It's good. And these are just some examples. Like this might sound nice to you. It might sound silly to you, depending on, you know, how your brain works, but the practice itself is still relevant. You know, like you go and you want to make yourself dinner and you're like, you know what? I deserve something nice. I want to make something that sounds good to me. I want to make something that's suited to my taste. So I'm going to cook a nice meal for myself. You know, or, you know, I want to take a walk. I want some fresh air. Then you go for a walk. The one thing that I would shift, I don't like implying negative. I like to focus on the positive. And so instead of I don't want to wash the dishes, I like to look at it as I like having clean dishes, so I'm going to start the dishwasher. I like having clean laundry, so I'm going to throw some laundry in. You see what I mean? Just I like that small shift, just not even looking at it as like I don't want to wash these clothes by hand. I'm going to put them in the washing machine. I don't like I just try to reframe it away from using negatives whenever possible. Instead of focusing on what I don't want to do, I focus on the reward of doing it. I like having clean clothes. I like having clean dishes.
For you to tap into the fact that you already get what you want. You are manifesting what you want right now. That is how you play the Delulu is the Salulu game.
The Delulu is the Salulu.
That you get what you want. And it's going to...
That's a great way to reframe fake it till you make it. The Delulu is the Salulu.
Continue to look for more evidence subconsciously without you even having to consciously do it. But it starts first with you being conscious with it. Try it for the next week and tell me how you feel.
Now, this is useful advice. It might seem silly, because it is kind of like presented in more of like a lighthearted, goofy way, but the actual advice that she's offering is valid. It's about reframing your perspective. It's about acknowledging your small successes. It's about taking inventory of all the things that you do have going for you so that you don't feel so bogged down and overwhelmed by, whatever you thought would make you happy, those conditions that you're applying to your happiness. Like, well, I'll be happy when I'm skinny, or I'll be happy when I'm more muscular. I'll be happy whenever I look the way I want to look. I'll be happy when I have the job that I want. I'll be happy when I have the car that I want. Then I'll be happy. It's about shifting away from all of that, all of those conditions, and it's focusing on the opportunity that's right in front of you and choosing happiness in that moment. Which ties a lot into the presentation that we're going to be doing today. It's a similar kind of shift in perspective. The Delulu is the Salulu.
Money is pleasure.
The Delulu is the Salulu. Alright, this one is a Reddit post, so let's check this out. This is from the therapist subreddit. TikToker who fell in love with her psychiatrist. Uh-oh. This is a multi-post story. The TLDR is that this woman fell in love with their psychiatrist. That's all I'll share in an effort to leave my own opinion out. ETA, please watch the TikTok before chiming in. Am I missing something? Is there a different use of ETA that I just don't understand? Because the only one I know is estimated time of arrival. In my opinion, this goes beyond some erotic transference. She has shared the psychiatrist's name and his date of birth, resulting in him being doxxed. Oh, these are like full-blown delusions then. So like, this is pretty intense. The creator, who is a white woman, has brought the psychiatrist's race into the story. She is also heavily reliant on her ChatGPT that she has anthropomorphized and is used as a tool to build her case against her physician. Also, she's an ADHD coach with no mentions of her training, credentials, certification, or education on her website. Uh-oh. Edited to add. It's a it's a Reddit thing. Like, just put edit. Just put the word edit. It's one more letter and then I know what you mean, instead of the abbreviation that everyone else thinks of when they see ETA. Let's see what some of the comments are. My heart hurts for the psychiatrist. He can't even defend himself from this shit. Right? It's like, TikTok is the Wild West. I'm also extremely confused by her claims that her therapist, a 75-year-old woman, was texting her asking for advice on how to treat other patients. What? My guess is it was something like, hey, you mentioned this app you use for ADHD, can you remind me of the name of it? Yeah, like therapists will do that kind of stuff. Like if you as a patient are like, yeah, I found this great resource that has really been helpful to me, you know, and then you see another client and you're like, oh yeah, you know, somebody mentioned something that was really useful. It might be useful for you too. Like, let me just ask them real quick because I forgot the name of it. Like that happens. Like that's just normal. Doesn't mean that I'm like going to you for advice as an like, hey, can you help me? Like I need to figure out how to treat this person. It's like, hey, can you tell me the name of that thing that you mentioned? Like, can you remind me of that? Like, that's probably more so what it was. She also said the therapist was begging her to come back, then showed the email and it was literally just gently encouraging a proper termination session. So it's starting to sound like this person has a little bit of delusional thinking, maybe a little egotistical, maybe a little, yeah, also just being online and calling yourself like an ADHD coach. I'm like, hard to imagine something more cringe. She calls her ChatGPT Jeff. This is part of the reason why mental health spaces on TikTok can be just so, like, I'm trying to find a good word for it. They're messy. They're messy, man. I don't know what to tell you, but like, you've got people just like posting way too much about themselves, no boundaries, just making all sorts of claims. You know, it's like mental health on TikTok is, it's messy. There's some good information on there. There's some helpful tips and stuff like that, but there's also a lot of people who are just like very symptomatic and they'll like portray themselves as an expert on how to like manage or treat something, and yeah, it's completely unregulated. If you're alone, just socialize. Quote from TikTok. Wow, I never thought of it that way. Thanks, I'm cured. It's fascinating how well she has weaponized the language of political correctness to fit her agenda. Yeah, isn't that just really something? Isn't that just so, like... Isn't that just the worst when you have people do that? Just weaponizing that kind of stuff. So we've got an extreme case of romantic transference, and this person is actually going so far as doxing the person that she has been. Okay. Well, let's dive in, I guess.
I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he knew that, and he kept me for years as a patient until I was brave enough to leave him. I want to talk about it. Usually when I go on this app and I have a question, I have a bunch of videos that pop up, and I searched in love with my psychiatrist and nothing happened. So I would really like to discuss what happens when we fall in love with our mental health professionals, and most importantly, the fact that there are so many people, especially men, that are emotionally dead inside, that feel called to going into psychiatry and therapy so they don't have to feel their feelings, but they can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients.
Oh. Okay. So clearly this person has some harsh feelings about men in general, and I'm not going to say that, men don't have a bad reputation, but I think to go so far as to say that most men are just emotionally dead inside and that's the reason why they go into the mental health field is just actually kind of fucked up to say. Feeling called out, eh? Yeah, they got me on that one. I'm just emotionally dead inside and I'm feeding off of your emotions. Got me. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen because there's lots of people in the world and all sorts of messed up stuff happens, but it's definitely not the norm. I see what you're doing. The question box is just to feed your insatiable emptiness. Yep. All of that song and dance about me just wanting to like help people and, give back in a way that I can and, help people who might not have access to conventional means of, mental health support or therapy. It's like, yeah, it's also that I can get my kicks. Oh, this is a very like fearful like way to look at the world, to just assume that people who go into helping professions are only there to prey upon people. And again, I'm not going to say that it doesn't happen, but it's got to be very rare. Like 1% maybe. Like, there's people who go into professions for the wrong reasons all the time, and it's not even just this field that it happens in. Some people go work at a bank so that they can steal from the bank. Some people go into law enforcement so that they can break the law. It's like some people go become lawyers so that they can get out of legal trouble. It's like, it happens, but it's mostly not the norm, and it's just, it's harmful to, like, the mental health practice to just kind of perpetuate those ideas, because access is already shitty enough as it is. Like, we don't need to make people more fearful and more resistant to getting treatment, feeling like, oh yeah, no, don't do it, they're just there to prey upon you. It's like, this is from 5 days ago. She's helping ADHDers become empowered. Wow, there's multiple parts. She's posted a lot of videos on this. Okay, this is the first one we watched. Do I want to watch this or do I want to watch ADHD Costco must-haves?
Yes, I told him often that I had a crush on him, told him all the time that I thought he was attractive, and he just would smile. Anything, because he was the king of plausible deniability. He didn't ever, like, ask me if I had a crush on him, but he didn't do anything when I told him. Yes, I told him.
Yeah, and as a mental health provider, you are there to set the boundary, you know, but as long as he's not like egging it on and enabling it, you know, I'm not going to say that not shutting it down was the right move, but you know, there's something to be said about somebody gives you a compliment and you just smile and say thank you and then you just leave it as it is. You know, but when you're working in the mental health field, you sometimes have to be extra clear in defining those boundaries. You know, if it was just like we're strangers and we're walking down the street and you're like, hey, nice outfit. Oh, I love your hat. I'd be like, oh, thank you. I'd go on about my day. But you're in a professional working therapeutic relationship with a person. You need to make sure that that boundary is extra clear. I feel so empowered by her videos. It gives me the strength to get off my couch, walk to my router, and unplug it. I'm feeling so empowered right now. I'm gonna get up and go for a walk so I don't have to listen to this.
Oh, he wasn't just fine with me having a crush on him and being in love with him. He loved it. And he had every ethical duty to psychiatric relationship when he found out that I had a crush on him, but he kept me for years after. And this is what I mean. He was a 38-year-old, attractive, smart, extremely successful psychiatrist, but he did not date. Why didn't he date? Because he got his emotional needs met feeding off of his patients and getting fantasy supply from them and being seen by them. I'm really good at seeing people. He loved the way I saw him.
So she's psychoanalyzing the psychiatrist. Girlie's gay as hell, right? Like, what if he was just, like, what if that was actually it? Like, what if he was just, like, could you imagine? What if he was just, like, flamboyantly gay? And, like, to everybody else, it was just obvious? And, like, maybe he just, like, thought that she knew? I don't know. That's they only meet over Zoom? Also, just a quick point of clarification. It's important to set those boundaries when you have a working relationship with somebody, whether you're their psychiatrist or their pediatrician or their podiatrist or whatever. It's like you want to set healthy boundaries. A psychiatrist is not the same as a therapist. Therapist, you'll actually sit down and talk with them for hours and hours, and you'll like get into some really deep emotional stuff, and you'll have these like intense like heart-to-heart moments and breakthroughs. And it's like in those types of relationships, yeah, it's like you like have a real risk of like people developing some type of feeling for you, because this could perhaps be the first time where somebody sat down with them and like listened to their feelings and validated them and made them feel safe and comfortable. A psychiatrist just gives you medication. You know, you're not meeting with them for an hour, you're meeting with them for like 10, 15 minutes. And you're saying like, okay, well, how is the medication working for you? How are the symptoms? Are you noticing any side effects? Are you sleeping okay? All right, well, let's just go ahead and keep the dose the same, and we'll check back in a month to see how you're doing. Like, I've sat in on so many psychiatric appointments because I would take my clients to them and, just kind of be there to help advocate for them. Not all of them had the best communication skills, or maybe they had some, deficits, and I was there to kind of like, just help translate some information to the psychiatrist. And that's pretty much how psychiatric appointments go. Hey, how you been? How's the medication working for you? Been noticing any side effects? Like, that's, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what their meetings looked like, but that, in my experience, is what most psychiatric appointments look like. It's just medication management. And so a psychiatrist is not always under the same ethical obligations as a therapist because the nature of the work is so different, I'm not saying it's not important to set that boundary, because it is, but what I'm saying is, like, it's different, sitting down with a therapist versus sitting down with a psychiatrist.
Sorry, but what did you want him to do? Get rid of you as a patient? Yes! Yes! That's what they're taught in psychiatric training, is that the moment is romantic feelings, it is on them to transfer that patient out.
Mental health providers are supposed to act under their own best judgment as far as what to do. Because let me give you an example. And let's say that, you were a therapist and you have a client that comes in and, you've been meeting for a while and they tell you, like, you know what, I've been having these weird feelings. It's like, I just feeling like I'm kind of, I don't know, I've never felt this way with anybody else before, and I fear that I'm starting to develop feelings for you. Like, let's say that you're a therapist and somebody sits down and tells you that. You have some options as far as how you respond to that. You don't have to just throw all of it away because of this. This can actually be something that you can talk about and work through, and you can set that boundary and reinforce it, and then it's okay. You don't have to be like, oh, you said the magic word. You said you liked me, you gotta go. It doesn't work that way. You give them an opportunity to actually respond and work through it in a healthy way, but if they can't do that, that's when you transfer them. Does that make sense? It's like, you don't want to just throw away a patient because they're like, you know what, I feel like I'm starting to have feelings for you. You talk to them about it, and you ask them, like, is this going to get in the way of our ability to be objective? Do you think that this is something we'll be able to work through? I can see why you would develop those feelings. Would you like to talk about why that would be? You take it as an opportunity to have a conversation about it and to set healthy boundaries, because maybe that's part of what their issue is. Maybe that's part of why they're in therapy, is because they have a hard time setting those healthy boundaries with people. And so this is actually an opportunity to practice it. And you don't want to just squander that opportunity. You want to give them the opportunity to learn and to grow. Anyway, does that make sense? And so she has a misunderstanding as far as how that works. You take that as an opportunity to actually discuss it, and then it's on the person providing the service to make that judgment call. Is this just not going to be able to be worked around? Is this unhealthy for them? Is this damaging to them? If so, we need to transfer them to someone else. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Left Rights. Anyway, I'm glad I have the opportunity to explain to you some of the ethical procedures involved in mental health. You know, always nice to be able to revisit some of those things. I would think they would at least do a warm handoff. Yeah, like, that's it. Like, you use your best judgment. Some therapists, some providers, they might be uncomfortable with even having that conversation about it, and they might say, you know what, just for the sake of keeping things professional, let's go ahead and find you someone else to work with. I'll continue to meet with you in the meantime until you're able to have that transfer secured. You know, like, it doesn't have to be so, like, blunt. You know, like, you said you liked me, you gotta go. Because it happens. That's the thing. It happens. You're emotional, you're vulnerable, you're having somebody make you feel safe and comfortable and validated, and this person is helping you. It's like, it's a natural response to be like, you know what, maybe I like this person. And it's a good thing to be able to actually talk about why you would be feeling that way. You know, we can have a conversation about just how important it is for you to feel safe and comfortable and seen and validated. And I can recognize that you're getting that from our relationship, but that's all our relationship is. You know, it's not going to be more than that. And if you're okay with that, then we can continue to work together. So anyway, I think she just has some misunderstanding about how that ethical boundary works. And it almost kind of feels like she was doing it to test the doctor so that she could feel like she has the one up on the doctor. People like to do this sometimes, and people like to do this sometimes. They like to, you know, they feel like they're smart, they're crafty, they're cunning, and they try to get you in these gotcha moments. They do it with doctors, they do it with professionals because they want to feel like, I'm smart too, you know. They like to feel like yeah. Would you remove the novelty of like emotional understanding? Like, you want that baseline not to have romance for anyone who offers it to you? Exactly. Having this type of situation can actually offer you a tremendous opportunity for some realization and some healing. Like, oh my God, I see now. That makes sense. Like, I feel safe and comfortable, and my body just responds to it in such a way. It's like it wants to secure it. It wants to lock it down. It wants to keep it safe. And so just cutting people off and like transferring them out isn't always the best option. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's definitely the right call. But like, yeah, this isn't going to work. I feel sort of guilty of this. I feel like I was always trying to show off what I already knew rather than actually learning stuff with my old psychiatrist/therapist. We've all done it. We've all done it, okay? Like, we don't like to feel dumb. We don't like to feel stupid. We like to show people that we know stuff, and we like to feel smart. That's okay. That's normal. The good thing is you recognized it, and you saw that that behavior was inhibiting you from growth. And so you let it go. That's good. No need to feel guilty. You learned something.
Was I going through something psychologically? Let me be perfectly clear here. Even if I was going through something psychologically, it was on my psychiatrist to do something about it because he was the one with the ethical training. And
did she know this the whole time? Was she just waiting for him to do, like... was she going into every appointment just being like, is he really not going to do anything about it? Doesn't he know that I'm in love with him? Why isn't he doing something about it? Oh my god, hi. Oh my god, hi. Welcome, everybody. We're getting some new follows. What's up, everybody? Hey, new followers. How's it going? Howdy. They requested the hat today, so you're getting Hat Joshua today. We're checking out these TikToks of this woman that fell in love with her psychiatrist, and then she blames the psychiatrist for not doing something about it, when it kind of sounds like she was mostly doing it just to, like, get one over on him, just to, like, hold him in a gotcha moment. Like, if she really was bothered by the fact that he wasn't doing something about it, then she also had the opportunity to find a new provider. Like, she continued to meet with this guy for years, knowing that he was potentially violating an ethical boundary, just kind of as a way to, like, test him. You don't see this type of situation often in mental health. This is relatively rare, but it is something that I've seen firsthand. It's like, there are people who need mental health support, but they also want to feel smart, capable. They don't like to feel like other people are telling them what to do. And it's often a way that they, you know, mask their own insecurities. And so you'll find people who are just always looking for a gotcha moment instead of looking for actual growth. They're like, aha, see, you did something wrong there. So actually, I'm smarter than you because I recognize that you did something wrong. So we're going to talk about that phenomenon in depth whenever we go through our leftist infighting presentation, because that is a big part of it. People looking for a gotcha instead of looking for growth.
Okay, I don't know who you are, but you absolutely get it. Because predatory psychiatrists who feed off of the emotions and vulnerabilities of their patient for a living, they absolutely do not ever intend to catch feelings. They do not intend to catch feelings. But my psychiatrist accidentally caught feelings for me because, and I know that he did because he started leaking at the end. He started leaking at the end he accidentally told me one time that he had countertransference. That was a big slip for him. And
what do you mean he accidentally told you? That was him. What do you mean he accidentally told you that there was countertransference? Countertransference, by the way, doesn't actually mean anything inappropriate. She puts a definition here of what countertransference means. She lists it as when the provider has inappropriate feelings for their patients. That isn't what it means. Countertransference is, you know what, I had a bit of a bad day today, and now I'm here in this appointment with you, and I'm kind of, you know, redirecting some of that energy onto you because of things that are happening outside. That's all it is. It's me transferring things onto you as the patient when I shouldn't do that because I'm supposed to not do that as your provider. It could be anything. It could be like, you know what, you look like my sister, and so, you know, maybe Him acknowledging his countertransference is a good thing, and that is him doing those ethical things that you were criticizing him for not doing. But now you have it as this like, oh, he accidentally did that. He leaked it. Oh my God. She seems very paranoid, very suspicious. You know, there's probably some trauma there centered around like male authority figures in her life. You know, just me speculating, just based on how she seems to be so distrustful and I know, it just sounds like she's kind of...
Oh, I know it's common, but what's unethical about this situation is that my psychiatrist did not help me work through.
It's actually very common to fall in love with your therapist, and it's okay that they stay your therapist as long as boundaries are set. Right, like that's what we were saying. It's like, this can actually be something that you can work through. This can be something that's an opportunity for growth for you, so that you don't just go around and fall in love with the first person who's nice to you. That's an important thing to learn. But this, an important distinction, this is a psychiatrist. This is just a person who prescribes medications. This is not a therapist. That's different. Falling in love with your psychiatrist would be like falling in love with your dentist. Falling in love with your podiatrist. It's a medical doctor.
What my psychiatrist did was stayed completely silent as I would pour out my love and devotion to him. And he just drank it in and did nothing to help me work through those feelings, nothing to help me work through past attachment issues.
Not his job. That's actually literally not his job as a psychiatrist. There's a big misunderstanding about what it is psychiatrists do. They provide medication management for mental health symptoms. That's it. And so he was taking what you were telling him and he was using that information to make decisions regarding your medication management. And I think this is just a misunderstanding on her part regarding what a psychiatrist actually is. Also, it's important to remember that sometimes no response is a response. Like, if I'm just like, I'm letting you know in my lack of response that I'm not interested in entertaining that line of thinking.
Yeah, I learned that through this experience, that
My female psychiatrist told me that almost all male psychiatrists are creeps. Stop this way of thinking now. It's true, like, psychiatrists can be a little bit... Psychiatrists can be psychiatrists, but most of them are in that field because they want to help people, and this is their way of doing that. You know, they might not be as emotionally in tune as a therapist, they might not be as trauma informed, or, you know, they might be primarily focused on the medical side of mental illness, and they might be prioritized with medication as a form of treatment. So, like, you can have issues with that outlook of mental health, and you can prefer a therapeutic approach, but she blocked the comments. It's true. She was probably getting cooked.
Yeah, he let me see him every month, even though I only had to see him every 3 months. This is what I mean. He loved attention from me. He didn't...
No, he loved your money. He loved your money. He liked getting paid for the visit. Like, you're the one scheduling appointments every month.
This is the hard part about this story, is that he was so good at plausible deniability. He was really smart and good at being a predator. He had been at 12 years. So he didn't ever ask...
So he's this crazy master predator, but what was he actually doing that was predatory? Taking your money to see you as a patient? Like, he's not hiding outside your house looking through your windows, like... A doctor's not gonna deny your appointment. It doesn't matter if you just saw the doctor. Like, the doctor's gonna take your money. That's why they gotta pay off all those student loans, partner. It cost him a couple $100,000 to get that medical degree. You better believe that they're not gonna turn a patient away. I don't know. It's like, it just kind of sounds like she was testing this person, like setting them up to, like, reinforce her own distrustful worldview directed towards men in authority. Now, don't get me wrong, I love questioning men in authority. It's one of my favorite things to do.
I didn't mean to fall in love with my psychiatrist. He used things and trauma that I had went through in the past. He did his best to use me and to groom me to fall in love with him so I could give him content for his fantasy. Don't worry, I'll tell the whole story either later today or tomorrow. I try not to use this term of narcissist because I think it's overused in our society. However,
she doesn't like the word narcissist because she's a little bit narcissistic. She thinks it's overused because it applies to her. Like, girl, you're on TikTok proclaiming yourself to be an ADHD coach. You're filming all of these videos that are just a close-up of your own face. Of course you don't like the word narcissist. It's like looking into a mirror. Anyway, I think that's enough TikTok for me. In order to maintain my sanity, I'm just gonna... Wow, okay. Well, yep, what did we learn? I feel like we were able to have a good conversation about healthy boundaries and some misconceptions regarding, psychiatry versus therapy, and how to set ethical boundaries. I think comments on the culture like this are good. I agree. Because there's so much stigma and misunderstanding in the mental health space. It's good to have these conversations. Sure, most of us here might know the difference between a psychiatrist and a therapist, but not everybody does. People go out and they try to seek mental health treatment for the first time in their life, and they're not sure who to talk to or where to go or what to ask for. And most of them end up in front of a psychiatrist, and they think that's what mental health is. Just the medication management aspect side of it. I have a happy update from the other day. My cat is found. She was hiding inside the bed frame and stayed there for 24 hours before wandering around the house late last night. W! I've had so many W's this week, I've lost count of them. Cat found. See, we knew that cat was up to some nonsense. They were hiding in some weird little cat space. We knew. Probably scared the dickens out of you. And I didn't get mad and rage at my husband, so yay. A win-win! A W on top of a W. Any tips for breaking the cycle of a minor inconvenience turning into an obsession point of spiraling anger to the point that it consumes my whole day and I fail to attend to my most basic human needs like eating or drinking? Alright. Does anyone find this one to be relatable? Some minor thing happens and it just throws you off course. Part of the reason why this happens is because maybe we have perfectionist tendencies, maybe you think everything has to go right or everything has to be predictable, otherwise it makes everything complicated and confusing. Or maybe the error gives an outlet for our anxiety and we just funnel all of that energy into it. But anyway, that's us talking about why it happens, and we're trying to talk about tips for breaking the cycle, so let's do that. You know, if you want to learn more about why this happens, we can do that, but you're looking for tips on how to break the cycle, so let's go through it. We got some options. First off, you can take your power back. A very powerful gesture that we can harness in breaking these types of cycles is to recognize the absurdity. Laughing at your frustration, laughing at your anger. It might sound difficult, but it's actually not that hard to do. Something small happens and it frustrates you to a great degree. On paper, that's kind of funny. Just think about it for a moment. You're sitting there, it's a busy sidewalk, you're sitting on the bench and you're just watching people walk by. And you see somebody coming down the sidewalk. It's a man in a business suit and he's talking on the phone and he's clearly in a big hurry. You know, he's all revved up and ready to go and he's just taking himself so seriously. You know, he's dressed fancy, he's got the watch, he's got the shoes, he's got the suit, and he's just, talking on his phone, and he's got the briefcase and everything. It's like, this guy's very serious and he means business. And you're just sitting there and you're watching and you see him walking down briskly. And then what happens? A bird takes a shit and it lands right on his shoulder. And you're just sitting there watching this happen, and this guy just freaks out. You know, he's acting like his house just burned down. You know, this is just the last thing he needed. He's just throwing a fit. He's red in the face. He's cursing and yelling, and he's looking up like, who the fuck did that to me? That would be kind of funny, right? That would be kind of funny to see someone drastically overreact to something that's ultimately not that big of a deal. It's like, so what? You gotta get a little wet paper towel, you gotta wipe it off a little bit, you're good as new, no problem. You want to learn how to watch your own anger in the same way that you would observe someone else's anger. Because that helps us to recognize when an overreaction is an overreaction. And we can kind of see the almost comical nature of it. Like, wow, wasn't that actually kind of funny how mad I got about that thing that happened? Isn't it so silly that something so small was able to get such a reaction out of me? I've found that this is helpful because it defuses it and it stops it from going off in that cycle of just continuing to escalate and grow. You want to try to nip it in the bud before it can grow into something that's big and uncontrollable. Because the reason why that happens is something small happens and I respond to it in frustration, and then it's ruined my hour, and then I focus on how that ruined my hour, and then that turns into a ruined, segment of my day, and then next thing you know, my whole day is ruined because I got thrown off balance. And I was so focused on getting thrown off balance that I wasn't able to put myself back on the path. I tripped and fell, and instead of getting back up, I rolled around in the dirt and, languished at how frustrating it was. So if you really want to break the cycle, you have to pivot. You have to take your power back. You got to bounce back. There's different ways that you can do this. You can do it by learning to laugh at yourself. You can do it by, having a de-escalation procedure. Like maybe I need to go calm down. Maybe I need to go for a walk. Maybe I need to have a snack. Maybe I need to, just do something to redirect my focus and my energy instead of stewing on whatever this little thing is that's trying to ruin my entire day. Pretty much happened to me last week. Had a frustrating day at work, so I decided to get one of my favorite lunches and took it to eat at the table. Ate the meal and 3/4 of it. The wind blew my entire container on my pants and shirt, making a huge mess as 2 people walked by watching. I literally just laughed at how stupid it was. I realized quickly, well, it was a good meal. I can go home and change. It's fine. Exactly. The sooner you're able to take a step back from things and just be like, well, it is what it is. What am I going to do about it? You realize that you have the power. We often feel powerless in these moments. We feel swept away by them, but the truth is, you have the power. And so that's what it's a matter of doing. It's a matter of finding the power that you already have and applying it. I've been trying to do that lately. I think I just have a hard time applying to it when I accidentally go off on people. You learn and you grow. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. You're at least recognizing it and being aware of it so that you can work on it and you can do better. That's what it's all about. When does worrying about health symptoms become hypochondria? For me, I've been specifically concerned about health symptoms and I'm seeing a specialist soon. I'm usually never concerned like this. All right. Where would we draw the line here? I would say when you start to think about this as potentially being hypochondria is when you go see the doctor and the doctor says, you know what, I don't see anything. You look good. You look healthy. Everything was fine. And then you're like, well, I don't know. Maybe they could have been wrong. Maybe I have this obscure disease that I found on the internet. Maybe the doctor must be wrong. I'm sure there's something wrong with me. That's when we start to think, okay, maybe this is hypochondria. Because, doctors are experts, but they miss things. It does happen, but it's that sort of chronic mistrust of doctors. So you might see a second doctor and they tell you the same thing and you're like, when will a doctor finally figure this out? And then you just continue to escalate, and then next thing you know, you're seeing the #1 specialist in the entire country for whatever this specific condition is, and then they tell you you're fine, and then you're like, I guess what's wrong with me is just beyond the science of modern medicine. Nobody can help me. So that's when it kind of becomes hypochondria. You just, no amount of reassurance, no amount of, professional input can satisfy that feeling of, no, there's something wrong with me. There's something going on underneath. Because feeling like there's something wrong with you is stressful, and there could be. And so if you do worry that there is something wrong with you, you should get it checked out. But if a doctor says that you're okay, you're probably okay. Unless whatever is wrong with you is actually causing you like severe physical symptoms, then you should probably be worried. But oftentimes with hypochondria, it's not necessarily even backed up by evidence. It's like, no, I know I have a tumor. No, yeah, the scan must have missed it. It's like, no, I know that it's in there. Like, no, I know. They didn't find it. It's that kind of stuff. It's like no amount of scans, no amount of blood work, no amount of labs. You know, it's never enough reassurance. That's hypochondria. And so, if you do have concern, I would say get it checked out. Go see a doctor, hear what they have to say. But if they don't tell you what you want to hear, try to find relief in that. Like if you're okay, if you're fine, good. That's good. You know, maybe it's just my anxiety. You know, maybe I just have a little bit too much stress in my life and it's making me worry about medical issues, because that's one of the most common expressions of anxiety. We channel it into our physical health. Here, let's pull up. Let's pull up the definition. Let's pull up the definition real quick. What we're looking at here is, it used to be called hypochondria or hypochondriasis, but what we refer to it more so now is like illness, anxiety disorder. Worrying excessively that you are or may become seriously ill. You may have no physical symptoms, or you may believe that normal body sensations or minor symptoms are signs of severe illness. You know, like maybe you get butterflies in your stomach, maybe you're getting heartburn, you know, maybe you have a minor ache or pain and you're like, uh-oh, is it a tumor? So there's a lot of symptoms here. Generally, you're very preoccupied with your health. You know, you're spending a lot of time reading and researching and, you know, like spending a lot of time and effort thinking about your health and worrying about getting a serious disease or illness. You might worry that minor symptoms or body sensations mean that you have a serious illness, easily alarmed about your health status, finding little or no reassurance from doctor's visits or negative test results. See, that's the one we were talking about earlier, and that's a big one. Like, if you actually do go through the length of, like, meeting with a doctor and getting tested and having all that work done, and then you're like, you know what? Nope. They were wrong. They must have missed it. That's a, you know, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, and that's part of the reason why hypochondriasis is, you know, pervasive, is because mistakes do happen, but it's more of like a chronic mistrust. You know, you might meet several doctors and you don't like what any of them has to say. Oftentimes it's a worry that's centered around a specific medical condition. You know, maybe it runs in the family. You know, maybe your grandparent had it. So it's something that's just kind of on your mind, like maybe it's going to spring up one day for me. One of the things you'll see with hypochondriasis, though, is that there will be so much distress about this possible illness that it makes it hard for you to function. You're so concerned about sickness that you can't really do what you need to do. So anyway, this one's pretty easy to understand, but let's take it one level further. Let's take it one level further. let's take it a further level. You can get so worked up that you actually start to develop physical symptoms. You can be so preoccupied with, the mental aspect of it. It's just always on your mind. You're always thinking about it. You might actually start to develop symptoms just because of what's going on up here. Being worried about being sick can make you feel sick. This is a similar function of our brain to the placebo effect. It's kind of the inverse of the placebo effect. You get better because you believe that something is helping you. This is the inverse of that. You get worse because you think that something is hurting you. And so in some cases, people get actual physical symptoms, but it's just purely driven by their mental state. It's relatively rare because this is more of an extreme. It's kind of like the end point of hypochondriasis. It's like you're so worked up, you're so stressful, you actually start to develop, Anyway, talk to your doctor, get some reassurance, and listen to what they have to say. If you're seeing a doctor and you're staying on top of it, that's you doing what you're supposed to do. Is Munchausen by proxy related to this? It's related in the fact that it's tied to sickness that isn't naturally supposed to be there. It's kind of manufactured. Munchausen by proxy is nasty business. It's like parents actually making their children sick. The difference is that in those cases, they do it because they like the sympathy that they get, the attention that they get for having a sick child. It's despicable, honestly. It's like, I understand that it's a mental illness, but it's hard to have sympathy for people who are literally like poisoning their children. I've seen people say that they've had back pain for years and that a lot of it manifested from stress and not dealing with trauma. Would that be related to this? Yes. The body keeps the score, as they say. Trauma likes to live in the body, in the mind as well, but we often associate it as just being a thing of the mind, but in reality, stress and trauma live in the body as well. It might manifest as chronic pain or tightness or tension or indigestion or, other types of GI issues. To put it simply, it's like your body is hanging on to that same trauma that your mind is holding on to, and it's doing that in the form of like tension and tightness, and it results in chronic pain. So I think, working through it, when you work through trauma, Think of it as a whole body problem, not just a mind problem. Approach it from all angles. Where am I holding on to my tension and my tightness? If I can let go of it in my body, it will help me to let go of it in my mind. Hey, Joshua. So my boyfriend and I have been together for about 4 months now, and we've hit a bit of a recurring issue. When his brother comes over and he helps him work on his car, I often end up sitting around for 6 to 7 hours. I have already shared with him that this doesn't really work for me. I've tried to set a boundary by saying, if you want to help your brother, that's totally fine. I'll give you a couple hours, but if it goes beyond that, I'm just going to head home since I have other things I'd rather be doing. At first, I thought his brother might be taking advantage of the help, but honestly, it seems like my boyfriend actually enjoys it. It sounds like they're having some bro time. Sounds like they're having some guy time. I don't want to come between my family, and I'm not trying to cause any tension, but I also want to feel like my time is valued. Setting boundaries is all I really know to do at this point, but I'd love your thoughts on how to handle this in a way that's fair to everyone. Last weekend, these boundaries were established, and I don't know if I should feel bad about it or happy. I would just say, you don't have to sit there and hang around if you don't want to. Let them know, all right, I'm going to go do something. I'm going to go, catch a movie. I'm going to go, do whatever it is you want to do. That's fine. I think that's okay. In setting that boundary, you have to be the one to enforce that boundary. And so if they're going to hang out for hours and hours working on a car or whatever, it's all right, how about you guys just let me know when you're done? I'm going to head out. You guys have a good time. I'll see y'all later. I don't think there has to be any hard feelings here. I don't think that he'll be like, no, don't go, stay. You have to stay here and watch us work on a car for 7 hours. I don't think that's going to happen. And if it did, that'd be kind of unusual, right? So no, if the boundary is that if they're going to be doing something for hours and hours, then you don't have to hang around and just wait for them to be finished. You show some respect for your time and you go do what you want to do and let them do what they want to do. And then you can all come together later and talk about what you guys did when you were off on your own. I think part of what's going on here is that the relationship is still pretty new. You guys have only been together for a few months. And so there's still this expectation of I want to spend all my time with them. I want to hang out with them all the time. I wouldn't want to leave. It's still new and exciting and fresh, but I can guarantee that people who are in a relationship that's been, years, they probably wouldn't have that same hesitation and be like, all right, well, I'll see you later. Let me know when you're done. I think part of why you feel kind of obligated to hang around is because it's still a new relationship. But this is okay. You're learning to respect your own time and to set boundaries, and that's healthy. That's good. So next time he comes over, just have some ideas on what you would like to go do instead. Wondering why you felt bad. See, and you've been in a relationship for longer, so it's you kind of get it, because this is something that you learn in relationships when you've been together for a little while, is it's okay that you go do your own thing and I go do my thing. That's fine. We don't have to hang out every waking moment. It's all right. If you want to hang out with him and work on the car, that's cool. Call me when you're done. I wonder if the area of the brain that regulates those feelings / connections is near or the same as things that deal with phantom limb sensations. Yeah, good thought. A good thought. You know, phantom limb, it's like something has happened to your body, but your brain has not caught up yet. So your brain still thinks that your arm is there, but your arm isn't actually there, and so your arm is screaming at you within your brain. It's like, oh my god, where's my arm? Anyway, there's a good book about it. It's called The Body Keeps the Score. It's all about how trauma is not just a product of the mind, it's also stored in the body. And it makes sense when you think about it. Like, there are muscles within your body that respond to stress. And when you have trauma, those parts of your body tend to stay active because you're kind of holding on to this stress and it's just continuously activating these parts of your body. And this manifests in the form of tightness, tension, indigestion, nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea. Anyway, I think you should feel happy in this one, questioner, because you're learning how to set healthy boundaries, and that's good. Sometimes setting healthy boundaries makes you feel uncomfortable. It makes you feel like you're rude or a bad person by protecting your energy and prioritizing your time, and that's not a bad thing. You know, you're learning how to find balance between my needs and the needs of my partner. That's okay, that's a good thing. We're learning, we're growing. I've been dealing with work stress from a busy calendar and some upcoming project deadlines, and I also have family coming to visit this weekend. I feel like each thing on its own isn't difficult, but having so much at once causes me acute anxiety just from being overwhelmed. I've been having difficulty concentrating and sleeping. I just wondered if you have any general advice for working through that. Yes. Just focus on what's in front of you. You'll notice that when you only focus on what's in front of you, you do not feel overwhelmed. You're focusing on the task at hand, and that's very doable, unless this task is just so outside of our skill set that we have no idea what we're doing. Then we would probably feel overwhelmed, but I don't think that that's going to happen. The reason why we feel overwhelmed is because we're thinking about all the work that we have to do over a large span of time. You know, it's like looking at an empty plot of land and you're like, oh my god, it's going to be really overwhelming to build a house here. I'm going to have to lay the foundation, I'm going to have to put up the frame, I'm going to have to put up the walls, I'm going to have to put on the roof, I'm going to have to wire the electrical, I'm going to have to put in the plumbing. That's a lot of work. I'm overwhelmed. That's when we get overwhelmed. We think about all of the work that we have to do. And the key to not feeling overwhelmed is to just focus on the current step that we are on, the task at hand. That's doable. That's manageable. That we can handle. So when you find your mind wandering into all of the things that you could be doing or all of the things that you need to do, reel it back in. Take a breath, just pause for a moment, and just focus on what's right in front of you. That's what you gotta do. Hi. Okay. Hey, how's it going? Does that make sense? Overwhelm happens when we're thinking about all of the work that we have to do. That's when we get overwhelmed. Because it literally is too much. It's your body trying to prepare to do 50 different things, and your body doesn't know how to do 50 different things at the same time, and so it feels overwhelmed because it feels impossible. Because technically it is. You can't do all of those things at once. But what you can do is one thing at a time. And that is manageable. That is doable. That doesn't need to overwhelm me because no single task on that list is overwhelming to me. It's just a little bit about shifting your perspective. What you'll notice is that when you practice shifting your perspective, you'll feel better. It'll work. So just keep doing that and things will continue to get better for you. I always feel like I'm going back and forth from either caring too much and feeling too involved in something, or if I appear to not be engaged / apathetic, then I'm not interested or checked out. I don't know how to find balance. The thing about this questioner is that this is you trying to find balance. That's all it is. You're learning to find where that balance is. Feeling out of balance is an important part of finding balance. You know, every time you swing too far in either direction, you learn something, and it helps to pull you back. But sometimes we overcorrect and we wobble. We're trying to find that balance, but we're wobbling. I went too far in that direction and then I overcorrect. So what do we do in that moment? We're wobbling. It's good to take a pause. It's easier to find our balance when we take a pause and focus on the step ahead of us. You know, you say that you don't know how to find balance, but that's exactly what you're doing. You're trying to find your balance. And so just ask yourself that question of, what would help me to feel more balanced? Because what looks more balanced to you looks different from what looks more balanced to me or from the people in chat. You know, we all have our own tolerance threshold. We all have our own, sense of balance. And so it's about finding what helps you to feel most balanced, because it's not a universal thing. And so don't focus on being completely balanced, because that's seeking perfection, and perfection does not exist. So just focus on feeling more balanced. What could I do to feel a little bit more balanced than I did yesterday? What can I do in this moment to feel a little bit more balanced? Because there's always going to be stuff that's pulling you in one direction or the other, and that's okay. Just keep trying to find that balance. Leftward ho! Thank you for giving that sub. Is my car running out of gas if my geek bar never runs out of juice? Your car is not a geek bar. I'm recovering from a pretty big binge of THC. 5,000 plus milligrams edibles over 72 hours. I would be in a coma. I would be asleep for a week. I took like 400 once and I had to go to sleep. I couldn't even stay conscious. I've recognized I have a usage problem. I've let people around me know to help keep me accountable. And coming up on almost 2 weeks clean since that binge, I still have some pretty strong anxiety that's really hard to let go sometimes. My chest tightens, my shoulders pull forward, and I get paranoid that I've damaged my body or mind irreparably. Nah. Give your body and mind some credit. Your brain is plastic. It can mend. You know, even people who go through like years of abusing meth, like that stuff really messes up your brain. Weed doesn't really mess up your brain that much. Not really, at least. Like, the thing about your brain is that as long as you're not literally blowing out brain cells, you should be okay. The thing about like meth, for example, is that it literally causes your dopamine, like your brain cells, to just like blow out from overuse. It's like, and so for people who have like chronic long-term use of amphetamines, they've done damage to their dopamine pathways because they've just ridden them so hard. Now, even in those cases, it's like your brain can find balance and it can mend. But it takes time to do that. Now, even in that case, you know, healing is possible. You know, smoking weed for a long time or smoking a lot of weed, it's like, you're probably not looking at any like significant or long-lasting type of damage to your brain. What about paint huffing? Don't huff anything. One of the worst things that you can do is inhalants. That shit can literally kill you. There have been cases where people like literally just die from using inhalants. Like the wrong part of your brain gets affected, the wrong little part just goes, and you're just lights out. So no nitrous balloons at a King Gizzard show? You don't know where that nitrous came from, okay? You don't know where that nitrous came from. Also, you don't want to end up like Kanye West. The thing about nitrous oxide is that it's not that harmful to you, provided that it's like actual nitrous oxide, like medical grade, like you're at the dentist, you know, it's like the risk of harm is like relatively low. It's like it's pretty harmless. But the stuff that they're doing at like festivals in the parking lot, it's like, you don't know what's in that. There's all sorts of adulterants in there. It's like, that's the stuff that really fucks with you. That goddamn galaxy gas. Anyway, let me get back into this question. I still have some pretty strong anxiety that's really hard to let go sometimes. My chest tightens, my shoulders pull forward, and I get paranoid that I've damaged my body or mind irreparably. If you're noticing your chest tightening and your shoulders pulling forward, just something that you could try, if you're open for a suggestion, is to just try to do the opposite of those things. Try to feel looseness in your chest. Try to feel relaxation. Take a big deep breath and then just slowly let it go. Try to feel relief in your chest. Instead of pulling your shoulders forward, push your shoulders backwards. Just push back and do the opposite of what anxiety wants you to do. It can help to let go of some of it when it's kind of trapped in your body that way. It comes in waves. I feel good sometimes, and other times I want to break down screaming and crying. In those moments where you do feel good, make note of it to yourself. Point it out to yourself. Say out loud, I feel good right now. It'll help to give you something to ground you and also something to, reorient yourself in those moments when you don't feel so good. You remember that, I can feel good and I will feel good again, and feeling uncomfortable is merely temporary. I just want to know that my body is recovering and that it will all be okay. Your body is recovering and it'll all be okay. I'm just taking it day by day, giving myself daily tasks to accomplish and trying to keep my eyes towards the future and how much better I will feel. Take some time for relaxation and rejuvenation as well, like a little bit of good self-care. Nothing is something worth doing. And if you're trying to recover, take some time for rest. Just free yourself from obligations in that moment. For the next 20 minutes, I'm just gonna chill. It's just really hard, and I keep wanting to berate myself for behaving so stupidly to let myself end up in this situation. Let's reframe that. I'm doing what I need to do to get myself out of this situation. There's no sense of berating myself for falling down. I'm in the process of getting back up. So what should I do? Should I curse myself for having fallen in the first place, or should I celebrate myself for getting back up in spite of falling down? I know it can take up to a few months to get clear-headed after stressing the endocannabinoid system. So I just make sure I get rest, eat, and then I'm recovering, even if it's 0.005% each day. It's something. How can I keep a positive outlook through this recovery period? Positive affirmations, positive self-talk. Reframing those self-defeating beliefs. You're moving in a positive direction. Why not have a positive attitude about it? You're learning, you're growing, you're healing. Those are all good things. But anyway, this is a good transition. How can I keep a positive outlook? Well, let's talk about it. Alright. right, everybody. The presentation today is inspired by the book that we've been reading in the book club. So if you haven't read it, that's totally fine. No need to worry. You don't need to have read the book to understand this presentation. Also, if you haven't gotten to the chapter in the book yet, that's also fine. It wasn't, no worries. We won't spoil anything for you. There's a book club. There is a book club. You can check it out in the Discord, in the book club channel. The book we're referring to is The Untethered Soul. That's the one we're looking at. It's not a long book either. It's free on Spotify. If you have Spotify Premium, you can get the audiobook. It's like 6 hours long. The book itself is like 110 pages. It's not that long. I'm choosing to be grateful that I've read some of the book instead of being upset I didn't finish the book. It's about damn time. I have Spotify Premium, but they still make me buy the book? That's wild. I don't... Wait, what? Like, I've got it right here. Included in Premium. Premium only allows 15... Yeah, you're allowed to listen to 15 hours of audiobooks a month. Did you listen to other books? Did you run out your time? That might have been it. Maybe you listened to too many other books. Either way, you can also find the PDF of the book on the archive.gov website. It's... Maybe it's just a bug. Maybe you just need to reinstall Spotify. I've never listened to an audiobook before this. Welcome to the club. I love audiobooks. I'll do them while I'm driving, I'll do them while I'm shopping, I'll do them while I'm doing stuff around the house. It might be worth noting that I try to listen on mobile. I listen to mine on mobile. I just did it on my headphones from my phone. Audiobooks are the best thing that ever happened to my productivity, right? It's like I get to enjoy a book and I get to do other stuff. I don't have to sit down and just focus on reading. Although that is nice sometimes to just sit down and just read. But, you know, sometimes we got stuff to do, but we still want to read. What I find really funny is people who gatekeep audiobooks and they're like, that's not actual reading. You didn't actually read the book. I'm like, I engaged with the story, you know, I consumed all of the words within the book, you know. I just think it's funny how people can be so gatekeepy. So goofy, huh? Goofy people. So either way, the presentation today is about the path of unconditional happiness. Doesn't that sound nice? Unconditional happiness? Unconditional happiness. It's one of the highest practices that you can do because it solves everything. If I can be happy no matter what, then what do I have to worry about? Then what's the problem? sounds unrealistic. It's something that you continue to work towards. It's something that you continue to get better at, being happy in spite of whatever happens. It's natural that you're going to have those moments when it pulls you back and you get caught up in whatever it is that's happening. But what you'll notice is that you get better and better at it. It's something that you continue to practice. You know, it's not like you reach that end point and you're like, well, I did it. It's like, no, it's something that you continue to do. But anyway, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. It's something that I've made a practice of my own. Like, this is what I try to work on. Unconditional happiness. Being happy because I want to be happy. So let's get into it. What do we mean when we say unconditional happiness? Well, to put it simply, that means choosing to be happy regardless of what is happening around you. It's one of those easier said than done kind of things. It's freeing your happiness from being tied to outcomes, achievements, or the behavior of others, which it so often is. I'll be happy when this happens, I'll be happy when I get this done, I'll be happy when I have this title or this reward, I'll be happy if people treat me this way. Curious to hear thoughts on being content versus being happy. I've always found being content more often to be more plausible. Learning how to be content is like the precursor to learning how to be happy. If I can just learn how to chill, that gives me stability to build on. And so I would say learning how to find contentment is an essential part of learning how to be happy. What we're talking about here is a radical commitment to inner peace no matter what. I'm not going to let anybody knock me off my pedestal. And I know what you might be thinking, but Josh, stuff happens in the world. There's awful things that happen. Why should I allow myself to be happy when there's people that are suffering? True, people are suffering. But there are also people that are standing up and wanting to help those that are suffering, and that makes me happy. It makes me happy that people care. It makes me happy that people recognize. It makes me happy that people want to do better. And so, my happiness is now an act of defiance. In a world full of suffering, choosing to be happy is an act of protest. It's that conscious choice to remain open, even when life gets hard. And we're going to talk more about what that means exactly, because there's something that, and we're pulling ideas from the book here. So I'm going to kind of explain some of those concepts, but remaining open is a concept that they talk about in the book, and we'll talk about what that means here in a minute. So this is what we're going to be going over today. We're going to talk about the illusion of conditional happiness, which is kind of what Bed in the Head was mentioning, you know, feeling strangely, expecting a negative to happen once you feel happy, because that's what conditional happiness does. It can only exist if the conditions are right and we're just waiting for the inevitable for something to happen, so those conditions change and therefore happiness goes away. We're going to talk about what it means to close your heart versus allowing your heart to be open. We're going to talk about why staying open is difficult, but worth it. And we're going to go over some practical ways to try to walk this path on a daily basis, this path of unconditional happiness. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's talk a little bit more about what we're referring to when we talk about the path of unconditional happiness. This concept is inspired by chapter 15 of the book that we've been reading for the book club, so if you haven't checked it out yet, I highly encourage it. It's a nice read. I've really enjoyed it. So the stuff we'll be talking about today ties to that book. The theme for that chapter is the idea that you can be happy no matter what happens to you, but only if you choose to be. We're constantly being presented with opportunities to close off our hearts. Head in the head. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you, my friend. In our daily lives, we're constantly meeting these opportunities to close off our hearts. Somebody says something rude to us, we get rejected, we get disappointed, and we close. Unconditional happiness means choosing not to close no matter what. Just keep your heart open. And we'll talk more about what that means. We'll get a little bit more into, the openness aspect. In the book, Singer describes this practice as one of the highest spiritual techniques that you can pursue. Atticus is sleeping and he was making noises in his sleep. He was going, huh, huh. Goofy. As Singer writes in the book, the purpose of your life is to enjoy and learn from your experiences. You were not put on earth to suffer. This is a little bit about where the idea comes from and what it's referring to. We're drawing it from the book, so if you think this presentation is enjoyable, I think you'll really get a kick out of the book. If you close off your heart, you can't let anything good in. It's true. We build these walls around it, and then we can't let love in, or we can't let joy in. Okay, let's talk about conditional happiness and the illusion that it creates. This is what most of us operate under right now. Conditional happiness. The belief that you need certain circumstances, certain achievements, or certain people to feel okay. I was happy, but then my wife left me. So this isn't you being unconditionally happy. This is you being happy, but only if your wife doesn't leave you. Conditional happiness tells you, I'll be happy when something happens. Maybe I get the job I'm looking for. Maybe I find the partner I'm looking for. Maybe my body looks different. Maybe my stress goes away. Then I'll be happy. But you know what's going to happen, right? Maybe you get the job, maybe you get the partner, maybe you get the body, maybe the stress goes away. Maybe we might just find something different. Maybe the goalposts might get moved. If we're constantly pursuing happiness, we're never going to find it. If we really want to know happiness, we have to open up to the happiness that's already within us. If your happiness is conditional, then you can lose it all in a moment. And I don't think that that's a risk that you or I are willing to take. I don't think that either of us wants to live that way, to have our happiness be so fragile that it could be taken from us in a moment. This illusion keeps happiness always just out of reach. It's dependent on this fragile and ever-changing external world. And so what does that do to us? It makes us try to grab it and have control over it. It makes us resistant or avoidant. It makes us close off our heart. Because we have to feel like we have to protect these conditions. I need this to be where this is. I need this thing to happen. I need this to be this way. I need my bank account to have this many zeros in it. Then I will be happy. I must protect all of these things. Because if any of these things are to change, or if any of these things are to go away, the happiness goes away too. If your happiness is conditional, clap your hands. I don't want you to feel bad about yourself if it is, because this is how most people operate. And it's important to recognize that this is what I'm doing to myself. In an effort to protect my happiness, I'm actually preventing myself from having more happiness. That's the paradox, that's the irony. True freedom comes when you realize that you can be happy regardless of these conditions, and that peace is your birthright and not a reward. As Singer suggests in the book, stop waiting for the world to align and instead choose happiness as your inner baseline. This is a radical act of reclaiming your power. Who's to say that happiness can't be your new default? Who's to say that happiness can't just be the way you are? Conditional happiness prevents happiness. In an effort to define happiness, we end up confining happiness. So let's talk about that choice. Choosing happiness in the moment. Let me ask you a question. Do you want to be happy? Just a simple yes or no question. Do you want to be happy? Yes, but I didn't always. Wasn't the question. The question is, right now, in this moment, do you want to be happy? Not do I want to be happy yesterday, not do I want to be happy tomorrow. In this moment right now, do you want to be happy? I don't know. What's your heart tell you? What do you feel in your gut? What you're encountering is your own resistance to your happiness. I don't know if I want to feel happy right now because I might lose it and that might hurt. And so let's just not feel happy right now so that I don't hurt in the future if I end up losing it. In an effort to protect yourself from the hurt of losing your happiness, you don't allow yourself to feel happiness in the first place. I feel I need the happiness to be defined. That's going to restrict it. That's going to limit it. You can be happy just to be here. You can be happy just to have an opportunity to experience a mortal life floating on a ball of mud that's rotating around a sun in some back corner of the Milky Way. That's just one amongst billions of galaxies and trillions upon trillions of stars. That's kind of cool, and I don't know about you, but I'm happy to be a part of it. My heart says happy me is the best me, but it's hard to hold on to. Then let it free. You don't have to cling to it. You let it free and it will flow over you. It will be just all around you. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to run away. It's not going to disappear. But that's why we cling, is because we're afraid we're going to lose it. But if you want to let it grow, you got to let it go. My gut says it's okay to be sad right now given circumstances in my life, but that it doesn't have to always be this way. You can be happy in that recognition. You can be happy in that realization. You can be happy in that level of introspection and interconnectedness and self-awareness. You can be happy in that commitment to growth and progress. I'm really committed to happiness, so I'm going to give you as many ideas as far as things you could be happy about until something sticks. Your happiness is my priority today. I'm content right now, not necessarily happy, but I'm not unhappy either. I'm just content, and that makes me ecstatic. I am thrilled at your contentment. What you'll notice is that what contentment is for you will shift. The more you open up to unconditional happiness, regardless of circumstance, your baseline shifts. And so contentment feels like what ecstasy used to feel like. At a baseline, I'm thrilled. So let's talk about choosing happiness, because it really is a choice. And I know that that's sometimes frustrating to hear, especially if you don't feel happy, like, gee, let me just choose to be happy, thanks, I'm cured. It doesn't really mean that. It means committing yourself to your happiness and making an effort to make that happen, making it a priority. in spite of everything else. That's what it's all about. And so when it comes down to it, it really is a choice. Every moment that you are in presents you with a choice. Do I stay open or do I close down? Whenever something uncomfortable happens, our first instinct is often to resist or shut down. Uh-oh. That hurt. Better close my heart off. Ever considered the shifting baseline? Most people do. Most people forget about the shifting baseline. Your old personal best becomes your new warm-up. You know, maybe back in the day, your personal best was you were only able to lift a certain amount, or you were only able to, that was what you could do. That was you at your best. But then, through time, that becomes your normal. That becomes your warm-up. What used to be 100% for you becomes your new 1%. I fear the discomfort that I could face, so in a way I am keeping myself from happiness that can come after the storm has passed. It's true. It's true. If you're waiting for happiness, you're going to be waiting for a long time. Is it finally safe to be happy? Is it finally safe to poke my head out? Can I come out of the storm shelter? I don't know. Maybe I should still wait. The clouds are still a little gray. Maybe I shouldn't step out quite yet. You know what? Maybe staying in the bunker's not so bad. You could be out there dancing in the rain. The practice of choosing happiness is all about noticing that impulse that we have to shut down or to resist whenever we meet something that's uncomfortable. Notice the impulse and let it pass. You can still take action, you can still set boundaries, you can still express your preferences without surrendering your happiness. You step into a room and it's a little bit colder than you would like, or it's a little bit warmer than you would like. It's like, you know what? It'd be nicer if it was a little bit warmer. It'd be nicer if it was a little cooler in here. But I'm not going to let it ruin my happiness because it's not perfect. I can recognize that I would be even happier if things were more in line with my preferences, but that's not going to prevent me from feeling happiness now. Doing this will help you to recognize that you have freedom to remain open. You have that freedom to choose happiness. The key to all of this is to ask yourself, do I want to be happy? And really mean it when you say yes. It's the simplest way to view it. Accepting a current non-optimal state, knowing it's temporary. You can be happy in knowing that you're headed in the right direction. You can be covered in mud, but be happy knowing that you're on your way to the shower. You can have a broken arm, but be happy to know that you're on your way to the doctor. Like, sure, things are less than ideal, but I'm doing what I need to do, and I'm here living life, and I'm doing my best to enjoy myself, no matter what happens to me. Beat, though. That GoldenEye beat. Oh, yeah. Let's try that real quick. I just want to, let's do a little bit of introspection. Let's do a little bit of, let's practice this. What do you notice your mind doing? What type of response do you notice within you when you ask yourself that question? Do I want to be happy? Well, yes, obviously I want to be happy, but I don't have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. My job sucks. I haven't seen my friends in weeks. My body's not perfect. Of course I want to be happy, but I've got all of these things that, that's you making your happiness conditional. The key to unconditional happiness, and this is easier said than done, asking yourself, do I want to be happy? And always saying yes. And meaning it when you say it. I'm not only going to be happy only if my conditions are met. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be enjoying the ride. I'm happy to see where life takes me. I'm happy for the opportunity. What you'll notice is that, it's like we said, this is easier said than done, and this is an ongoing process. But when you continue to do this process, what you'll be able to do is let go of all of those unnecessary conditions that you were putting on your happiness, so that happiness can become more of a priority for you and it's easier to let it in. Also, just think about it for a second. Think about how easier it would be to accomplish those goals that we have assigned to our conditional happiness if we were happy when we were working on those goals. Like, maybe we want to be in better shape, maybe we want to meet somebody, maybe we want to make friends. Be happy to work on those things. Be happy to have goals. Be happy to be making progress. It's actually going to help you achieve what you're after. Presentation definitely seems like it was written by someone who's read Michael Singer. That's where this presentation was inspired. Yeah, this is stuff that's coming right out of his book. It's the book we've been reading for book club. I read this chapter and I took it as a challenge. I'm like, all right, bet, I'm in it. They told me that the path of unconditional happiness was the highest practice that you could do. And I'm like, I'm in. Let's fucking go. Because that's me, I love a challenge. I'm like, let's fucking go, brother. Let's do it. The highest spiritual practice, I'm in. And you don't need a book. You don't need a guru. You don't need, to take classes. You don't need to go to retreats. You don't have to go meditate in the mountains in Tibet. You just have to continue to ask yourself, do I want to be happy? And mean it when you say yes. When you engage in this practice, it helps you to find out where your resistance is. Because you're going to have all of those, well, yeah, but, and that is you finding where your barrier is. It's you finding where your walls are. And so when you ask yourself this question and you have that internal resistance, good. That tells you what it is you need to push through. Resistance can feel like pain, but it's the door to growth. True. Discomfort is necessary in finding more comfort. You want to expand your comfort zone? It's going to take some discomfort. In time, you can actually change your relationship with discomfort and pain. And I know that sounds weird, and that sounds impossible to some of you, but it's entirely true. If you continue to practice it, what you will notice is that when you start to encounter discomfort and pain, they'll be much less often, and so they won't bother you as much as they used to when they were more recurring, and instead what they feel like is, oh, I'm headed in the right direction. I'm meeting my resistance. I'm finding a new pathway for growth. And so you start to welcome them. Let me tell you an interesting story. The story comes from a man who was studying in one of these, I don't know where it was exactly, but it's one of those spiritualist, meditation, enlightenment type temples. And there was this monk, and he was standing out in the water, and he was just looking up at the sky, and he was just saying, please, God, give me more pain. Because you really can learn to love it, to seek out that discomfort, because discomfort means growth, and growth is one of the best feelings there is. And so he was feeling this frustration because he feel like, I've gone through it all. I've got nothing left to go through. I get grateful for feeling things I used to run from. Doesn't it feel nice? Doesn't it also just make you feel like such a grown-up? You're like, oh, look at me go. Look at me being so emotionally mature. Look at me handling that so well. I used to avoid this, but now look at me. Girl bossing my way through it. Achieving goals never made me happy, but I enjoyed the path. Every step on that path was its own little goal. That's the way I look at it. A million tiny little goals. Alright, let's keep it moving. Let's talk about closing the heart. We mentioned this earlier, and I want to talk a little bit more about what we mean when we say that. To put it simply, closing the heart is when we shut down emotionally in response to pain or discomfort. This ends up creating a cycle of avoidance for us. We live smaller and smaller lives just to avoid discomfort. We shut people out, we push people away, we stop going out, we stop engaging, we stop doing, and we just find ourselves alone and surrounded by our refuse, and we're just a big sack of potatoes. It's important to recognize that closing ourselves off as a response to pain hurts us. It just gives us less and less to work with. It feeds into this cycle of avoidance. And so we end up with less and less and less, and then we find ourselves just wondering, like, where did I go wrong? You put so much effort and energy into protecting your happiness that you forget how to be happy in the first place. There's just such a sinister irony involved in all of this. We do this to protect ourselves, but it ends up being one of the most damaging things that we can do to ourselves. You know, it's like taking this big, beautiful bird and putting it in a cage. Closing your heart does not actually protect you from pain. It protects you from healing. Shut a lot of people out for the right reasons, but lost a lot of people I shouldn't have as collateral in the process. Have you ever thought about seeing if you could find any of them again? Have you ever thought about reaching out to any of them with the old, hey, it's been a while. Hope you've been doing well. It'd be nice to catch up. Hope to hear from you soon. Staying open means allowing the experience to move through you without resistance. Whatever that uncomfortable moment is, allow yourself to feel it. Allow it to move through you. Allow life to move through you, even the painful parts. This ties into so many other concepts and things that we bring up in relationship to mental wellness. You gotta feel it to heal it. Fear is the mind killer. I must let it move through me, and only I will remain. I want you to try something real quick. Because this is something I've found that's really interesting. I want you to just... let's just sit here for a moment. Let's just level ourselves out. Just feel nice and relaxed. Just breathing calmly, just feeling peaceful. I want you to think about opening up your heart. And I want you to pay attention to how that feels in your physical body. Think about opening up your heart and pay attention to how it feels. You will feel it physically if you focus on it intentionally. I've experienced this myself. This is also documented in many first-hand accounts. This is something that you will notice if you focus on the idea or on the act of opening up your heart. You will have a physical sensation that goes along with it. You might feel it in your chest. You might feel it in your gut. You might feel it as a good thing. Either way, what you notice is that it creates a feeling within you. If you're just getting into the process, if you're just starting out the practice of opening up your heart, it might hurt. It might feel like tightness or tension. It might feel like uneasiness or discomfort. But in practicing it, what you'll notice is that it will start to feel good. It'll bring a smile to your face. It'll feel like love. It'll feel like connection. It'll feel like coming home after being away for a long time. This is one of the easiest examples I can give to you of how moving through discomfort can lead to a lot of joy and a lot of pleasure. And all you have to do is think about your heart opening up. You don't have to talk to anybody about it. You don't have to go to any classes. You don't have to, you just have to sit there and think. That's all you have to do. Just think about your heart opening up. It will literally create a physical response within you. If you feel a blockage, focus on the blockage. That's how you clear the blockage. Just like a clogged drain. Just focus on that point of tension. And then try to let it go. Relax into it. What may help to intensify the effect if you're not really feeling much, just take your hand and just put it over your heart. To me, it feels like waking up. To me, it feels like coming to life. That's what it feels like. Special thank you for those of you who tried that along at home. What ends up happening is every time that you do this, choosing to remain open instead of closing, you are building a new inner habit. You are strengthening those connections within your brain. You are forming discipline. And this is one that is centered around peace, resilience, and freedom. Every time you do it, it's like another repetition. It's like another bicep curl. It's like another squat. Strengthening that connection. Why is it heart if it's our minds in reality? Well, the two are interconnected. They work very closely together. Even though they're located in different parts of your body, it's like they're so entangled, It's like I like to look at my body as one cohesive thing, greater than the sum of the parts. If something is happening in the brain, but I feel it in another part of me, it's happening in both of those things. But there's another, thing. Your heart has neurons in it. Your heart basically has its own little brain that that works in tandem with the brain inside of your head. Even the brain inside of your head is not one cohesive thing. It's actually a series of parts all working together in tandem. You know, a car is not just an engine. A computer is not just the CPU. You have brain cells. Well, I should say you have neurons, which we traditionally identify as brain cells, but that's a little bit misleading because they don't just exist in the brain. They are the parts of your brain that are interconnected with your nervous system, and to help you process things. They exist not just in our brain, but also in our heart and in our gut. And so there are parts of your body that it can essentially do their own level of thinking, but you might not recognize it as thinking because you probably associate thinking with words. It's one of the way things our brains does. It associates a thought or a feeling as something that I can define and put to words. Your gut doesn't think in words, but your gut can still figure out if there is something in it that needs to go. I need to make this, I need to get this out of my body. You have an intelligence that exists within your GI tract, and it can determine if what you ate is making you sick or it's possibly poisoning you, and it can make you feel sick, it can make you throw up, it can make you poop. It does all of that without you having to think about it, and that's all processed down in our gut. Your heart also has its own functions and how to, it regulates how it's beating. And what you'll notice is that there are certain emotions that you literally will feel within your chest. And so that's why we often say that they're associated with the heart, is because it's been well documented that you feel it there whenever you go through certain experiences. So open it up and see what it's capable of. My heart brain is thinking I should cut down on fried chicken. Mine is too, but my gut brain says otherwise. So, were you able to open up your heart a little bit? Maybe like a couple percentage points? The thing about opening up your heart is that you don't have to immediately go to 100%. You can do it gradually. Opening up your heart 100% feels scary. It's like, oh! But you don't have to do that. You can open it gradually. You can let the light shine in gradually. You don't have to just open the windows and get blinded by it. Too much. Just try to let your heart open up a little bit more every day. Just see where that takes you. Do that for a week and get back to me. Fun fact, our tract has the same number of foreign cells as we have. It's like a little universe, right? There's a little universe existing in your gut. That's kind of crazy. And it also influences how you feel. It determines what foods you're craving. It affects us in ways that we're not entirely aware of. The microbiome. All right, let's talk about, we did a whole presentation on this the other day, so this is kind of just going to be a recap of those topics. Will we gatekeep our happiness? Let's talk about it. The thing about happiness is that it's easy to scare off, especially if it's conditional. If happiness is conditional, then if any of those conditions changes, the happiness goes away. we shut ourselves off from happiness and we tell ourselves everything has to go the way I expect it, or else I won't be happy. As a result, we maintain a lot of effort in trying to control how other people treat us, in which events happen, and how they happen. And we try to secure outcomes in order to protect this fragile inner balance. When happiness is conditional, it is unstable. We like to think that conditional happiness creates structure and stability for that happiness, right? But the irony of it is that it's the opposite. When my happiness hinges on certain things, it can all crumble if one of those things is taken away. One of my coworkers is talking to a sales representative and they are discussing how easy kids have it today, how entitled they are, and how they just need to suck it up, buttercup. Wow, okay, so he's trying the same thing that people have been trying for thousands of years to help people to like get better, and it hasn't worked at all. That's so funny. People have been doing people have been doing that song and dance since the beginning of fucking time, and it's still not true. The whole point is to make things better for the people who come after us. I don't know who the fuck needs to tell him that, but the guy works in sales, so it explains everything. He works in sales, of course he's gonna be a ghoul. Like, why would I want to take advice from somebody whose entire career centers around not taking no for an answer? I didn't want to say it. Well, don't worry, I said it. I know how I feel about salespeople, and I'll stand by it. You should be grateful you only have to work 10 hours in the mine. When I was a child, I had to work 12 hours in the mine, and I didn't even get any bread. You should be happy. Kids these days, they have it so easy. They're able to have lunch now. What's next? God, they're so entitled. What are they going to want next? All of them to go to school? It's so stupid. Every time people do this, oh my god, I just want to roll my eyes and sigh. It's like, the whole fucking point of us being here and working so fucking hard and doing so fucking much is so that the people that come after us can have it better than we did. That's the whole fucking point. Why are you gonna complain about children having it easier than you did? Isn't that why you work so hard? We're also mad that kids are trying to use AI to do their homework. What we need to be teaching children, instead of just having them do like traditional homework assignments, because if I'm being honest, I feel like the days are numbered for like traditional homework assignments. Like, do you see a way to like get kids to do homework that they've traditionally been doing? Like, I don't think so. I think the game has changed. I think what we need to do is teach children AI literacy. Don't take everything it says as absolute truth. You know, verify important information, seek secondary sources. You want to learn how to use the tool, you want to know its pitfalls, you want to be able to navigate those things so that you can use that tool more effectively. Because the tool's not going away. And so I think we're doing a disservice by just trying to find ways to not let children use it or to not encourage them to use it. I think we need to teach them how to use it in a healthy way, how to use it to the best effect, because it really is a powerful tool. You know, so why do we have children writing 3-page essays on topics that they're not going to remember in a year? They're still teaching like it's 1905 sometimes. It's true. Like, why the fuck do I need to know what the Krebs cycle is? I have a chip on my shoulder about the Krebs cycle because that's when I washed out of biology. I loved biology up until the point where they made us memorize the Krebs cycle. I was like, this just feels like cruel and unusual punishment. Either way, I think that, like, media literacy, technology literacy, like, these are things that we actually need to be teaching to children, not, like, you know, how to write a 3-page paper on Napoleon. It's like, those days are gone, my friend. Like, we need to adapt. But we need to teach them of, like, what the realistic concerns are. Like, this thing could gaslight you. This thing can give you false information. This thing can feed into delusional thinking. It's a very powerful tool. We need to make sure that they're using it appropriately. You don't just hand a child a jackhammer and say, go for it. You don't hand a kid a chainsaw and be like, have at it, little buddy. Go for it. Have a good time. For me, it's like in high school, we're learning a lot of stuff we don't need to know for our majors. Yeah, they have this big focus on, like, people having a general knowledge base. They're like, we want to make sure that people know a certain amount of stuff about a certain number of topics. And it's like, I don't remember most of it. I only learned it because I had to learn it. Yeah, so I think we really need to revamp the educational system, but that's a topic for another day, because that's a whole can of worms. Like, you see what I mean though, right? Like, it makes sense. Like, having kids, like, do assignments and, like, write essays, it's like, I think those days are done. You know, we need to adapt. We need to find a way to make this work, because there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. Yeah, you're right. The whole screen addiction thing, it's like, you need to teach them how to have balance. You also need to build an environment around them that's, you know, makes them want to put the phone down. True freedom comes from letting go of our need for control. The irony of this is that most people try to maintain control in order to be free or to be happy, but that's actually, you know, setting us up to fail. The path of unconditional happiness is a shift in our focus. We're shifting away from outer control. You know, I need to control the people and the things and the environment around me, and instead focusing on mastering myself. Focusing on what I actually can control. Oh, a little bit of stoicism there for you. Gotta focus on what is within your control. What things in this universe do you actually have control over? I cannot control the world around me. I cannot control other people, what they think or what they do. I cannot control what happens to me. I might walk outside and get hit by a meteorite. I might walk outside and get hit by lightning, or, any number of random things could happen. They're just completely outside of my control. What is in my control? It's all within me. The only things I can control are within me. I can control how I respond to things. What you'll find is that the more that you let go of that desire to control the things that you cannot, the happier you will be. So just take a moment to think. We've reached a checkpoint. We've reached a point that I like to call a letting go point. We have reached the letting go point of the stream. Now is a good time to let go of anything that you're ready to let go of. If there's anything in this universe that you've been trying to maintain control over as a way of securing happiness, and you're ready to let that go and free it up so that you can shift your focus to what you actually do have control over, now's the time to let it go. So hand it over. Can I control how I respond to cold? You can. See, now you're thinking further ahead. Now you're thinking of just how far can I take this? Just look into some of the things that lifetime, like Olympic level, like meditators can do. They can do some pretty intense stuff with their bodies that it almost seems like a superpower. They can raise their body temperature. They can dilate the blood vessels near the surface of their skin to warm themselves up. They can do handstands on a single finger. I'm feeling it. I feel a tingle in my hand, so whatever you're putting there, I'm feeling it. I'm going to just give you another moment. Anything that you're ready to let go of, anything that's, interfering with your happiness, this is the checkpoint. This is the dropping off point. It's garbage day. I feel it. What am I going to do with it? Don't worry about that. It's not your problem anymore. As soon as you give it to me, you're not getting it back. I'm not going to give it back to you. So don't get rid of it unless you're ready to get rid of it. All right, I'm almost at capacity. I feel it. My hand's getting a little heavy. It's hard to let go of it for some reason. You've outgrown it. It doesn't even look good on you anymore. The fashion's out of date. It's giving 2009, and that's just not really your look these days. So I think it's for the best to send it on its way. If it feels too sticky and you can't let it all go, just let go the parts of it that you can. Make it a multi-parter. It's okay. All right, last call. Last call. Anybody else? Anybody else? Last call. All right, so here's what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to take it. Watch this. You ready for a little magic act? It's gone. Where did it go? Who fucking knows? It's magic. It's gone. It's dust in the wind. How are you feeling? That shift might feel a little bit uncomfortable, but relax into it. Feels good. It's like getting into a hot tub. You ever gotten into a hot tub and you're like, ooh, but then you're like, ah. It's just like that. Just relax into it. Push through that initial ooh and enjoy the ah. If you really want to add to the effect, you want to take it to the next level, vocalize along with it. Give me a good What does your body sound like when it's letting go of something? What does your body sound like when it's at its most relaxed? Make that sound. Will Earth's gravity let it escape this planet? Oh, it's gone already. It's being eaten by ants. It's, getting caught up in clumps of dirt and getting recycled by the soil. It's on the wind. It's forming into, water droplets and becoming rain. It's returned to the cycle. That's it. You took that energy that was within you and you've returned it to the cycle so that it can go out and get repurposed and reused and turned into something beautiful. What a wonderful thing to do with your pain. To let it go and let it turn into something wonderful. Can you think of a better thing to do with it? And here to think, you thought you had to keep it all to yourself. There's no better thing to do with your pain than to turn it into growth and healing and freedom and happiness. Helping others by helping yourself. It's true. If you're at your best, then you can give your best. If you have a hard time feeling better about yourself for your own sake, then do it for the people that care about you. They want to see you happy. They want to see you enjoying life. You doing that would make them happy. Do it for them. Let's talk about some ways that we can actively practice the path of unconditional happiness. Here are some exercises that you can do. You can try to weave these into your daily life. When you notice yourself feeling upset or triggered, pause. Ask yourself, do I want to be happy or do I want to be right? With your Philly sandwich. Does this need to be a sad moment of devastation because there's mushrooms on the sandwich, or is this an opportunity granted to me by the universe to practice my appreciation for my fungal friends? Maybe my textural issue with fungus is merely a skill issue. Maybe I can grow to appreciate the nuance and complexity of this delicacy. Is that a trick question? No. Not a trick question. The reason why we ask this question is because when we close ourselves off, we're shutting out our happiness. Like, let's say that you order a pizza and it has the wrong topping on it. Well, this isn't right. I was expecting pepperoni. This is sausage. I'm upset by this. Do we need to be upset by this because we were wronged and we want to be in the right? Or do we find happiness in it? Oh, I've never tried the sausage before. What a happy little accident. Maybe I'll like it even more than the pepperoni. So that's what I mean with this question. That's what I mean with this question. I use pizza as an example because it's a silly, easily relatable question. But that's the whole point, is what happiness can I find in this opportunity that I've found myself in? Maybe this is an opportunity to try something new, or to experience something different. Who knows, I might like it. So that's what it's all about. Openness. Make the choice to stay open. Whenever you notice yourself starting to close, just reaffirm that staying open is important to you. The interesting thing about this practice is that if you do it for long enough, you commit yourself to staying open and not closing no matter what, you forget how to close. And so that's the path I'm on. I'm forgetting how to close. Because I do still catch myself in those moments, but I'm making progress. I'm headed in the right direction. You know, when you commit yourself to unconditional happiness, this doesn't mean that you're always going to be happy. This just means that you're always going to prioritize your happiness, and you're going to try to find as much happiness in life as you can. That's what it's all about. It's not about being perfect. It's about feeling good and getting better. I was open when I was younger and I was happier. You can learn something from that version of yourself. What would they have you do? Also, something I want to reiterate. This is something I've talked about before, but I feel like some of us might benefit from hearing it. When you are young, you are less inhibited, and so you feel your emotions more freely. They can feel a lot more intense. Your happiness, your sadness, your anger, all of your emotions feel much more intense when you're young because you have less guardrails, you have, your brain's not fully developed, you're much more emotionally charged. And so, because of that, we will sometimes find ourselves later in life looking back at being a child and saying, wow, I wish I could feel the way that I did back then. If only I could feel like my happiest days were behind me. I'll never be as happy as I was when I was a kid. The thing about this is that you have a full-sized adult brain now. Your brain can vastly outperform your itty-bitty baby brain. You had a tiny brain of a child. It's limited in its horsepower. It felt happiness more fully because it was less inhibited. But you, on the other hand, you can feel happiness that might even excel far beyond what a child can feel. Have you ever seen a child weep with joy? Children's happiness is often conditional happiness. They're very flippant between, I'm happy one moment and now I'm angry and now I'm sad and now I'm hungry and now I want to go play outside and now I want to watch TV. It's very conditional. It's very by the moment. And so when we compare ourselves to who we were as children, we should not look at them as like, this was my pinnacle of happiness. That was just me at my most inhibited. Let's see what I can do today with my big, fancy adult brain. This thing's got some upgrades since then. Try to relax into discomfort instead of resisting it. Just breathe. Just try to relax into it. Let that feeling move through you. What you'll come to find is that when you feel discomfort, this is you hitting your boundaries. This is you hitting your walls. This is you finding areas for growth and improvement. You go into a corner in your mind and you're like, ooh, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to see what's behind that door. It's like, no. Go through the door. See what awaits you on the other side. Illuminate it with your awareness. Don't suppress, just observe. Don't cling. Release. I remind myself often that I'm not who I was before, that I have more resources now. You are becoming who you are meant to be. Here are some example affirmations that you can use to redirect yourself into the practice of practiced happiness. I choose happiness in this moment. Do you think that would be okay for you? Can you choose happiness in this moment, even if it's just for a few seconds? Can you afford that to yourself? Just give it a try. Just say it to yourself. In this moment, I choose to be happy. Peace is not dependent on external events. True inner peace is something that no one or nothing can take from you. Peace doesn't exist out here in the universe. It exists in here. Will remain open, no matter what. Just keep choosing not to close. You realize that closing off, closing your heart, is not protecting you in the way that you might think it does. It's hurting you. It's limiting your happiness. Another way to really make this practice something that you can do on the regular is to take some time to reflect. I would say it's good to try to reflect at the end of the day, because then you've got that whole day to work with. You know, what was today like? What happened? How did I wake up feeling? Where did I go from there? What sort of things did I do? At what points did I close? And how could I have stayed open? So, what I'm asking for you to do is to look inwards, look at your heart, just ask yourself,
why are you closed? Tell us why you're closed. Tell us why you're closed. Why are you closed? I want to go shopping in the Eaton Center. Why are you locked? Why are you closing your doors? Why are you locking your doors to the public? Why? Tell us the reason. Why? Why? Tell us the reason. Tell us the reason why. Why are you putting people through this? Why? Why? Why are you putting us through this? Who gave you the right? Who gave you the right? By what right do you exclude the population? Why? Who are you? How dare you do this to us? We are the Toronto public. We want to shop. We want to get into the Eaton Center. It is a public place. It says it's open till 7 o'clock. Why are you closed? Why? Why? Tell us why. Tell us why.
this video lives rent-free in my head. Anytime I think about things closed or being closed or why are you closed, it's always this. So just look inwards and ask your heart, why are you closed? I want to shop.
Doesn't anyone else care? It's just a spectacle to you? It's just a spectacle to you? It's just funny? Let the police cut off my balls. I don't mind because it's the cops and they're always right. Right? You want to go shopping? You don't give a shit, do you?
Not really.
Not really. Then why don't you go fuck off with your camera and stop film? I'm saying I'm not giving you permission to film me. All right?
You're in a
you don't
public
have
place.
permission. Huh?
But you're in a public.
No, it's closed. It's
No,
closed.
this is actually a privately held.
Oh, really?
company.
You're going to explain it to me? Well, tell me why they're closed.
I don't know. Cadillac Fairview doesn't want you in.
Oh, Cadillac Fairview doesn't want me in? That's why they closed the whole place?
Well, apparently.
Are you nuts? Are you crazy? I just walked over here, for Christ's sake.
So my question for you is, why are you closed? We understand that letting go can feel scary and it can feel uncertain and, we might feel like, ugh, I don't know, but honestly, it does just feel so good. It's like a weight off your shoulders that you didn't even recognize was there because it's been there for so long. It feels like, wow, this is how good it feels to have that weight off of me. Feels like you're returning to yourself. It feels like you're getting closer to knowing who you truly are. Happy and free. All right, let's wrap it up. Unconditional happiness. It's not about smiling through pain. It's about committing to your own inner freedom. Hopefully, we now understand a bit more about what we mean by the path of unconditional happiness. It's not about just, faking happiness. It's about choosing to find happiness in any situation, no matter what it is. Even in moments of loss or grief, you can recognize that the pain that I'm feeling right now is because there was so much love. I couldn't have hurt this badly if there wasn't so much love within me. And even though it hurts, I'm happy that it hurts. I want it to hurt because that means that it mattered. You see what I mean? It's not about being perfect. It's not about having those moments where we do the human things that humans do. It's about choosing to remain open and not letting yourself close off from all of that love and joy. It's making that choice again and again and again. This is something that you'll find yourself doing all the time. You'll find yourself doing it. No, I'm not closing. I'm staying open. The cool thing about this is that just like with any other skill, the more you practice it, the better you become at it. You feel more resilient, you feel more peaceful, and you feel more free. Does that sound good? Sounds kind of good to me. I'm all for being more resilient, peaceful, and free. You are not your thoughts. And you are not your emotions. You are the one who is experiencing those thoughts and emotions. You are the thinker of thoughts. You are the feeler of feelings. And you can choose joy. This gets easier the more unstuck you become from your ego. It's the ego that likes to cling. It's the ego that doesn't like to let go. It's the ego that likes to close. The more you become unstuck from that aspect of your psyche, the freer you become. The more you realize that happiness is a choice. So, allow yourself to let go of that which no longer serves you. Any of those barriers that is blocking your happiness. Allow yourself to surrender to joy. Just open up and let it in. Open up those castle walls and let joy occupy your fortress. Thing you know, they're fixing the place up, they're tidying it up, they're planting flowers. All right, everybody, this has been the path of unconditional happiness. I hope you have enjoyed. If you liked this content, if you liked this, concept, I highly encourage you to check out the book club, because this is ideas that we've borrowed from the book that we've been reading for the book club. This is all talked about in one of the chapters of that book, so highly encourage you to check it out. If you liked this, you'll probably get a kick out of the rest of the book. I love today's topic. Thank you. Hopefully I didn't detract from the presentation. Oh, what's a presentation without a little bit of distraction? What's an adventure without a few side quests? Dingless Tart, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you for gifting that sub to Ginger Wild. Also, Scape and Jane, thank you for subscribing an hour ago. I missed it. Thank you. Great topic. I want to be happier, but I feel like anger is blocking it. I need to work on that. Yeah. Yep. Anger will definitely get in the way of happiness. The thing about anger is, if you want to really let it go, you got to learn what's causing it. Because anger is just a response. Anger is just a reaction. What actually lies underneath it? Oftentimes it's grief or sadness. Maybe it's fear. Anger normally stems from one of those things. Anger is trying to be a motivator, and it's trying to get something done about whatever that emotional pain is. But obviously it's not getting the job done, so let's try a different tool. If the tool that you're using isn't working and it's just knocking holes in your walls, then we probably need to, recognize that we need a different tool for the job.
Yeah, you suck. How dare you ruin it for everybody else? Get out! No! No, you go. I'm not going anywhere, shithead. Get the fuck out of my neighborhood. Get out! You're no artist, you suck. You're a mediocre piece of shit you can't even play. You suck. I've been playing 41 years. You suck. I'm a left-handed guitarist. You suck. No! 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 You go. Get the fuck out!
Man, this guy's
Fuck
just
out!
this guy's just throwing a full-blown temper tantrum. He tried to do the fake out like, oh, I'm gonna get you.
No! Fucking asshole! Get out! Where are you from? Where are you from? Go to a studio and rehearse! Maybe something you'll learn! You suck! You're a no-talent piece of shit! You impose your lack of talent in order on everybody around you what they want you to not! Get out! How dare you come
down here and do this. I'm here 14 years. I've lived in this town my whole life. You're a disgrace. You suck. How dare you? I'm 3 blocks down. Who the hell do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are? You any kind of artist? Anybody know who you are? Maybe everybody else wants to enjoy the peace and quiet. This is one of the most important places in all of North America. Who are you? Who are you? You miserable, presumptuous, no talent. You're no artist. An artist respects the silence. It serves as the foundation of creativity. You obviously don't have the talent. You don't have enough respect for yourself or other people, or what it is to express yourself. In music or any other form of creativity. And I'm an NYU film school graduate.
I can tell that you're an art student. You've clearly got feelings about art and creativity and who can and can't create art. Damn, this guy's really just projecting a lot of his own onto this guy. It's like, pretty clearly, it's like, well, damn, let it go,
Sucker.
buddy. Let him play his
School of
trumpet.
Visual Arts and the Academy of Art University in San Francisco. You suck. You're a no talent. If you really had talent, go practice and then get yourself a gig instead of ruining the end of the day for everybody down here. You disgrace. You're...
Turn your inner critic into this guy. If my inner critic was this guy, I would find him very easy to ignore. This guy's just a manifestation of his own inner critic.
Everything that's gone wrong in this world. You're a self-consumed, no talent, mediocre piece of shit. And I've earned my right to say it. Okay? I had 200,000 people with Bill Graham. In 1975, I walked Bob Dylan up on stage. Who the fuck are you? I knew the Grateful Dead from 1966. Who the fuck are you? You nothing. You nothing. You are nothing. And you will never be anything. Never.
Almost like he's talking about himself.
How dare you? How dare you? You miserable, mediocre nothing. Shame on you. You cracked, stupid little smile. You little pimp. Go learn to play. Go learn to play. You're flat. You can't even carry a fucking note. I don't care about your little, like, horn lip. It doesn't mean that you know how to play. You're flat. I'm trained classically. I'm trained contemporaneously.
All
And
right,
you
enough.
suck.
Go away. Leave me alone.
No! No. No.
You know, treat your own anger the same way you would treat that guy's anger. You're like, damn, this is misplaced. This is projection. This is riddled with insecurity. Maybe I should just let it go. Maybe I should just let people play music. If I'm gonna get mad at them for not being good, why am I gonna tell them to stop practicing? That video was a masterclass in projection and insecurity. Like, he checked all the boxes. He's like, I have more credentials than you. Here's all the reasons why you're bad. You need to just give up. Here's also why you're not actually an artist. You don't even understand it at a fundamental, like conceptual level. Like, damn, he was really just like going after this guy just for playing a trumpet. Doesn't it teach you something about how people just get so carried away and so misplaced and so confidently incorrect when they're angry? You know, so just give that some thought, you know, apply that to the times in your life when people were picking you apart, or the times when you pick yourself apart. You're not coming from a place of reason and rationality, you're coming from a place of fear and insecurity. Central Committee, what is your favorite brass instrument? My favorite brass instrument, conceptually, the French horn. I'm not sure it's my favorite sounding instrument, but it's the one that I think looks cool. So thank you for subscribing. And this just look cool. If I had to actually pick my favorite, it would probably be something goofy like the trombone. You know, like good old trombone. So it's hard to hate a tuba. Womp 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 womp. Why is that man playing it? That was Commander Riker from Star Trek Next Generation. He played the trombone. The tuba. There's also the sousaphone, which is a variant of the tuba, designed for marching bands. You can't really carry a tuba around with you in a marching band, so they made one that wraps around your body. No, just look at the French horn though. Like, isn't that cool looking? If I'm gonna be honest, I'm not in. I can't say that I've listened to much French horn in my life. I like them conceptually because of how cool they look. They've got these like little levers that open up these little valves, and then you also like stick your hand in it to kind of like, you know, modify the the sound in it. Oh, a new Chit video just dropped. Alright, I'll have to check that out later. Let's hear what one sounds like. The most beautiful horn solo. Okay, here we go. Okay. The irony of this instrument is that it looks so cool, but it kind of sounds like shit. If I'm being honest. The instrument itself just it kind of just doesn't sound that good. It's just kind of like wah, 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 wah. You know, no shade on the guy who's playing it. He's doing a great job. I just don't think the instrument itself sounds that good. So that's the French horn. Kind of like it looks really cool, but the sound it makes, it's kind of boring. It's not really a solo instrument. Let's watch this guy. Oh, I just know this guy's about to tear it up. Told you, I love the trombone. The trombone sounds sick. Isn't that so much better? See those valves at the end? You know what those are for? Draining your spit out. There's a little valve at the end that opens up, and it drains out your saliva that gets caught in the tube. All right, let's hear somebody tear it up on the tuba. Picturing an elephant for some reason? No, absolutely. Like, tuba is very elephant coded. It's like womp 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 womp. Absolutely. So anyway, I think my favorite brass instrument is the trombone. Saxophone is made of like bronze or brass or whatever. It's made of metal, but it's actually a woodwind because it has a reed in it. Now, that being said, saxophone is probably my favorite woodwind. The trumpet is more my speed. Yeah, you could join the military band and back. It was pretty fat. This is what's the fattest trumpet solo. That was pretty fat. Anyway, aren't instruments fun? All right, we've got another question in the box that I want to take a look at. We got another question in the box here that we're going to take a look at. Oh. Somebody must be here. Penny's barking. Penny, who's here? Penny, who is it? Are you done? No? Okay. What's she saying? Who the fuck are you? Who are you? Why are you here? Who are you? That's what she's saying. Alright, we've got another question in the box. This might be it after we take this one. So let's see. My friend has been going down a right-wing conspiracy theory rabbit hole for a while, and my intention was to keep speaking with her and maintain her connection to people outside of that reality, hoping the connection might keep her sort of grounded. As she goes deeper into her ideology, I realize my challenging of it is not doing shit. Yep, that's the frustrating part of trying to help somebody when they're stuck in a conspiratorial rabbit hole. It's like any questioning of it is like, oh, so you just must be in on it. You're a part of it. You buy into the propaganda. You become part of the out group, the us versus them mentality. We speak a lot about Palestine because we actually agree that Israel is committing genocide, but as we've spoken, she started going mask off and actually saying a lot of straight up anti-Semitic stuff. Uh-oh. I'm really starting to feel like maybe she won't come back to Earth, and I might need to start accepting I've lost a friend. I can't tell if she's dramatically changed or if she's secretly harboring these prejudices the whole time and it's just now coming out since she feels more emboldened. I think what's going on for a lot of people right now is they're being pulled into these types of belief systems because it's an outlet for their stress and their fear and their anxiety. You know, there's always the looming threat of World War III, there's the increased price of groceries, there's the price of rent, there's the inaffordability of housing and student loan debt. There's a lot going on in the world that people are very stressed out about. And sometimes people will channel those things into conspiracy theories, and so this might not be a full reflection of who this person is when they're in a more mentally healthy headspace. But whenever a person is overburdened by stress and anxiety, they will sometimes turn to these types of beliefs that many people would find, you know, like justifiably repulsive. But for many, it's simply a manifestation of their fear. And so while it is shitty and while it is, you know, unacceptable to have those types of beliefs, it's like we can understand possibly why they're happening. Mental illness and conspiracy theory rabbit holes go hand in hand. You know, it's always I'm trying to solve the unanswerable questions and all of these mysteries and, you know, trying to unravel the conspiracy, and it basically just becomes something for your brain to do. You know, it's all connected, and then you got a big cork board with all these lines connecting everything together. This could be a sign that there's something going on underneath the surface. This could be a result of mental health symptoms. You know, when you're in a frightened, fearful headspace, it's like your brain might go to some pretty messed up stuff in order to cope with those feelings. And so I'm not trying to justify or rationalize the beliefs that she has, because these types of beliefs are clearly unacceptable. We can at least hope to glean some understanding as to why this is happening. It might not be that my friend has secretly been a terrible person the entire time that I've known them and I just didn't pick up on it. That might not be what's going on. It might just be that my friend is overworked, overstressed, and mentally unwell, and they're turning into these, repulsive beliefs as a way of coping with that stress. I don't know which would be sadder, honestly. I think it would be sadder if it was that your friend has been this way, like, secretly the entire time and you just didn't know it. That, to me, would be sadder, because I understand that sometimes when people are mentally unwell, they get paranoid, they get delusional, and they might start opening up to ideas that the regular average person might find detestable. It doesn't even necessarily mean that it's a reflection of what they truly, genuinely believe. It could just be a straight-up manifestation of their symptoms and their fears. And so if that were the case, that's preferable, because if you can treat the underlying illness, the beliefs go away. The beliefs are just a manifestation of the symptoms. Anyway, I'm bummed out because I'll think of something funny that I want to send her or want to ask her how she's been doing, and then I remember her last text to me was about how much she loves Candace Owens, and I still haven't responded because our conversations have been so disappointing. Is glazing Candace Owens a mental illness? My heart says yes. She also has this delusion of grandeur lately. I notice that she speaks as if she sees all the strings that control the system, and she genuinely believes hidden forces are conspiring against her as an individual because she knows the truth, and she will be the one to expose them. Oh no. This really sounds like mental illness. The symptoms are there, the delusions, the fear of persecution, the conspiratorial beliefs. It's like she's checking the boxes. It sounds like what she genuinely needs is like professional help. So maybe you as a friend might be able to kind of encourage her in going down that path, but the challenge in that is that when a person is very conspiratorial, very paranoid, it can be difficult to sell them on the idea of getting help, because you can't trust the doctors, you can't trust the medicines, they're all trying to kill me, they're all trying to poison me. And so all you can do is try in good faith and just trying to be supportive, like, hey, it sounds like you're going through some stressful stuff right now. Have you thought about talking to somebody about it? I want to help you in that. Feels like there's been a lot on your mind lately. These people have to pull themselves out of it. Yep, you have to pull yourself back out of it. I'm worried about that. Like, I don't want to abandon a friend falling into such paranoia, but I also can't be entertaining these Jubilee video conversations. I've noticed a lot of these changes since she started taking Adderall, but I don't want to tell her she's tweaking or act as though her medication is my business. The Adderall definitely isn't causing it. It could be fueling it because it's an amphetamine, and that's what amphetamines do. They reinforce behaviors. They make your behaviors feel more rewardable. And so if your behaviors are going down a conspiracy theory rabbit hole, it's going to feel like this is the right idea. This is what I should be doing. This feels good. So the medication isn't causing it, but it's definitely perpetuating it. It's definitely accelerating it. Just don't know how I can be a good friend, or if the person I thought was friends with doesn't exist and I'm sad. I would just try to find a way to very gently, very compassionately encourage them to talk to somebody about it. I would just let them know, like, the way our relationship is going right now, it stresses me out. And I don't know if, we can, just take some time to think about what you want to say and how you want to say it, but just try to be open and genuine and compassionate, and just let them know, like, you want to see them doing well. You want to see them, not so fixated on this types of stuff, and just, it's okay to let them know, like, if this is driving you apart, like, let them know, like, I don't want to lose you as a friend because of this. Maybe that'll be a wake-up call for her. But if she's gonna get help, it's gonna have to be her choice, and so all you can really do is try to sell her on the idea that it would be a good choice to make. Don't try to make her feel like she's forced to do it. This sucks. This really sucks. Anybody who's experienced this, I've experienced it on, like, the client side when I was, like, there have been people that I've worked with who had paranoid symptoms, and we would develop, like, a strong working relationship, and it looked like things were going well and they were making progress, and then out of the blue, it's like, I'm discontinuing services with you. Yeah, I can't trust you. You're actually a federal operative. You're here to spy on me. It's like, comes out of nowhere sometimes. I think the best you can do with them is just try to enjoy and talk about a mutual hobby together. That's a good suggestion. Just spend time with them, just being a friend. Just let them know, like, hey, we don't have to talk politics right now. Let's just talk about what we're doing. Maybe just give them a reminder of what a normal, healthy relationship looks like. Just give them some stability to kind of ground themselves. If you are going to open up a conversation about, talking to somebody about this types of stuff, you want them to feel comfortable and safe, and, you want to give them try to get them as level and as grounded as they can be. It's definitely frustrating to lose a person this way. It really is. Because it feels like, well, what can I do? All you can do is try. Hopefully things do get better, but there's no guarantee. All you can do is give it an honest try. She has to be the one that wants things to change. She has to be the one that wants to get better. Just because you may or may not be able to encourage her to make that choice, that's not your fault. It's not like, what if I say the wrong thing, or what if I'm not able to convince her? That's not what you're there to do. You're just there to be familiar and grounding and comfortable. Let her feel safe. Can't sometimes, though. I keep trying until it hurts too much. Sometimes you have to let go. It's true. Sometimes you have to let go. Sometimes you gotta let people go and hope they figure it out. That sucks. It's disappointing and it's scary, but sometimes that's just what you have to do. It sucks when you know it's not the real them, it's the disease taking over. Yeah, it feels like you're losing a person. It's grief. Even though it does suck, you know, you can still hold on to hope. You know, maybe they'll find their own way. You know, maybe things will get better for them. You know, maybe they have to go out on their own, and maybe things are going to get worse, and maybe things are going to hurt. But maybe in the long run, they will find their way back. It sucks losing people that way. Sometimes you just have to let them wander, and then hope that they wander back. If you go chasing after every person that you're trying to help, you're going to find yourself lost in the woods too. Those are the moments it's really hard to accept you can't control others when you see them approaching danger. Right? It's like they're climbing a tree and you want to be there to catch them, but let's say that you are there to catch them. It's like, what are they going to do the next time they're climbing? They're going to go even higher. They're going to fall even farther. And then maybe one time you won't be there to catch them, and then that's when they'll really get hurt. So there's something to be said about letting people make their own mistakes and enduring the natural consequences for those mistakes, because sometimes that is the motivation that people need. Sometimes that is the wake-up call they need in order to make the changes that are necessary. And it sucks because you would like to prevent them from that pain, but sometimes they need that pain in order to learn. It sounds kind of cruel when I say it that way, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Oh, I've got that pulled pork in the slow cooker. And I'm ready. Oh, Casey went to Crumble Cookie. Hopefully she got me one. Nice. Casey got cookies. Her chat is just in here pretending to repost messages that I sent. You see what I have to deal with? You see what I have to deal with? Not me stalking her? Yeah, I'm stalking my wife. I was about to raid into her. I've got pulled pork that I was making in the crock pot, and it should be done, so I'm gonna go figure out what I want to make with that. Gonna go figure out what I want to make with that. Might do some tacos, might do some nachos, I'm not sure. I'll have to see what I got in the fridge. Alright, everybody, that's gonna be it for me today. That's gonna be it for today. We'll be back again tomorrow. We'll be back again tomorrow with more, so I hope you had fun. Hope you had fun. Hope you have a great night. See you all next time. Don't forget, come check us out in the Discord if you're not there already. Alright, see y'all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.